We're live. Welcome, guys, to the sixth annual Downtown Rams NFL Draft stream. Jake saying that was just crazy to me to say six. I can't
I
believe that
know.
this is our sixth time doing this. Thank you, everybody who is here, who is joining us to tune in for this live stream. It's going to be a fun time, and this is going to be the first time, Jake, that we have done this where the Rams make a first round pick. Hopefully. I mean they could trade out. We can't rule it out, but we're very confident they're going to make the pick. We're excited for the pick. We're anxiously awaiting it, and I really do think that they're gonna make the pick. So exciting, guys. It's finally here, the 2024 NFL draft. How is everyone doing? I'm going to open the chat here in a second so we can share some of your comments from what I am seeing right now. Let me pull up. We've got almost 200 people in here, Jake.
Yeah.
Awesome.
They've been waiting for
Amazing.
this. We've been waiting for this. I mean, how many times do we get comments under, a Downtown Rams podcast episode like, "Hey, can't wait until are you going to do the draft? Like, love every year you do it." And we're like, hell yeah." So, I'm really excited.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like it's going to be one of the more exciting drafts I think we've seen in recent memory. Last year, as you know, I thought they knocked out of the park. I thought it was the best draft that I've seen in recent memory. But this draft, they might not have 14 picks this time around, but they are trying to do something that I've been saying they should be doing the whole time, and that is focusing on going out and getting a blue chip prospect. And to me, there are a select few in this class. That's normally the case with blue chip prospects, guys that are, just a cut above the rest.
Right.
And those guys, Caleb Williams, who's going to go off the board at 1. I wouldn't say there's another quarterback that's a blue chip prospect, but I love Drake Maye. I think he has a chance to be the best quarterback in this draft. But the other guys, Rome Odunze, Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Nabers, I would say Brock Bowers, and then the two offensive tackles. I would even throw Fuaga in there. But obviously Alt and Fashanu. So, there's not a ton of blue chip prospects. And I said going into this, said the Rams need to go out and get one of those guys. Being at 19, I understand they missed out on probably 4 or 5 picks. They could be here at, 13, 14 overall if they missed the playoffs. And some people wanted that. Not me. I'll take missing the playoffs, making it harder to trade up. And now the issue that you have is when you're good is figuring out a way to go up there and get the best player possible. I'm fine with that, Alexis, but I'm really excited. My current prediction right now, just based on all the buzz and everything, and of course, I have an ear, that I'm listening in. I'm looking at texts and stuff, seeing what comes in, and when I have information, I'll pass that along. But I think based on just the buzz that's out there, I feel like the Rams are going to be trading up to number 8 with the Atlanta Falcons and taking Brock Bowers.
I agree with you. That is how I feel just based on what we've heard and you know the news coming out and kind of the way things are circulating. In my mock, I had them trading up to 12 for Olu Fashanu at offensive tackle, which I believe is what you had as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, things change. It's draft day. So, something that I'm always reminding people is that the news that comes out on draft day is very tricky. Now, I believe the Rams news is true, but I also want to let everybody know that a lot of the news coming out today is for sure a smokescreen. We see it every year, so it's kind of a weird day where we don't know what's true and what's not. So we will see what happens. Hi everybody, it's good to see you. I am highlighting comments as I see some of them, just throwing them up on the screen. But if you don't see yours on the screen, it doesn't mean that Jake and I and everybody else can't see it. I just want to point that out. We're just trying to do things, so many things at one time. So I'm popping into the comments, I'm reading them all, I'm throwing a couple on the screen. But if it's not on the screen, it doesn't mean that we don't see it. I also
Yes.
want to point out that Jake and I are looking at several different screens right now. So if Jake and I aren't looking at each other or looking at our camera, it's because for me, I have the draft up here. I see Eminem up there right now, the rapper. I see your guys' comments on my screen here, and my camera is here. So there's a lot going on. So I just wanted to let everybody know that if we're not looking at the camera the whole time, it's because we're running everything, especially Jake. Jake fast and furiously, because he controls the graphics, so he's doing that the whole time. So
Yeah.
I gotta focus on the comments. But how is everybody doing? I mean, is everybody on the same page as Jake and I that you think the Rams are trading up? You think they stay at 19? Let's check the pulse here. What's everybody feeling before the draft starts?
Let's see.
There are some comments. I'm seeing Bowers. Benji, I'm not ordering pizza tonight. That'll be day
Oh no.
3.
Okay, you cut out there. I was like, no.
Oh, did I? Sorry, there's a lot
Yeah.
going on with the comments, Jake. I think you've entrusted that I can walk and chew gum at the same time.
You can.
'Cause Thank you, Daniel. He said, "Is it fair to call Brock a Travis Kelce light?" I would think so. What do you think, Jake?
I would say so. He's different. I mean, my thing about Travis Kelce is that I think he's similar in what he's going to be the Mr. Reliable third down over the middle. I mean, Alexis, we talk about it all the time. You know, how important is it on third down to be able to, take over the middle of the field? I mean, we see it all the time. We saw it with the New England Patriots. It was a staple for Tom Brady. It's a big reason why you win big games. If you can throw over the middle of the field, you can do things. And I mean, it helps Jared Goff. 65% of his passes have been completed over the middle. Like, you want a middle threat. What I could see with Brock Bowers is him having a similar season to what we saw with Sam Laporta. That's kind of what I see with him.
I would agree. I think that's a good analysis. I'm keeping an eye on the draft screen, but if you guys hear anything before we do, because since Jake and I are doing this, we can't also be scrolling social media as quickly as we can. If you guys hear something, drop it in the chat. Don't be shy to break news. We love it when people break news. We've broken news on here a couple times because we get a hold of some great reporters who drop picks before they're on the screen. So
this is true.
There's a lot of things going on. So lots to look forward to. Now, Jake.
Love you too, buddy. That's my brother coming from Texas. He's he flew out to Texas, and his birthday is in 2 days. Nope, it's 3 days. I'm used to his birthday being during the draft, but happy early birthday, buddy.
Well, someone just pointed out a good question. Will the Bears use the whole 10 minutes? I was going to ask.
Should be illegal. I hope I didn't lose you, but I might have. All right, guys. Well, Alexis is in a weird position right now, although I hear her.
I lost you for a second. It was weird
Yeah,
because I was here.
You got frozen.
Did I cut out or you cut out? Was it me?
Appreciate you, Evan. You cut out entirely. You were like frozone.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, it wouldn't be a Downtown Rams draft stream if something didn't go terribly wrong with my technology.
Yep.
Because
it's true.
Like Jake and I, we recorded an entire podcast a couple of days ago and everything was fine. And I was like, something is going to happen on draft night.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's just the way it is, That is just, it really do be like that sometimes. Thank you, Bruno. I do have a comment section available to me, but it's not through StreamYard. You're in charge of all that jazz.
Hi, Mom.
Because I trust you.
That's my mom, everybody. I love you, Mommy.
Hi, Felice.
Sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, you're fine. Well, come on.
Thanks for tuning in.
There's no talking over me. This is going to be an exciting time. There's going to be moments. We're just reacting, just also vibing out, which is why this works so well.
Joe, Aubrey has no dog in the fight. She's just here to have a good time. Doesn't care.
Benji asked me if the Lakers were winning tonight. No. I think that whole series is cooked, if I'm being honest.
I forgot they played. I'm so focused on the draft that I didn't
our good friend ID89
think about the NBA
is back.
Thank you, ID89. We appreciate it.
Appreciate the donation.
Yes, everybody hit the like button, please, if you're in here.
Thank you guys for doing this again. Exciting to be here in the first. Whatever we do, it'll be a move to help the Rams. No QBs here and now. Fingers crossed for badass Brock Bowers. That's going to stick. I don't care. I started that. He's going to be badass Brock if he's a Ram. I got the thumbnail to prove it. My third overall
how have the Bears not made the pick yet?
I don't know. I actually haven't watched the draft in like 4 years. I just look like I have an on the clock draft tracker on my iPad. But I mean, there's no point. We get ahead of the draft. Like that's what ends up happening. So
we always, especially on day 2 and 3. Right now, we know who number 1 is, right? I think we're all in agreement. We know Caleb Williams is going number 1.
Yeah. Ram DeLorean, I'm also a Laker fan, but yeah, they're cooked. I have no faith in that series.
Guys, I'm so grateful that for everybody here. I am so sorry. I feel like is my screen blurry? Because when I'm looking at you, Jake, you and I look crystal clear, but I have a little tab open for YouTube and it looks like my screen is blurry and I just don't get it.
You do look blurry on my side. It's crystal clear on your side because you're coming in like it's like your internet must be acting up or whatever. Hopefully it holds out, but
you know what? Comcast? Can you hear me, Comcast?
Oh my God, I think everyone could hear you. That was loud.
Was that loud? Sorry. Somebody texted me and said that my volume was low. So then I don't know what's going on anymore, guys. It's just I'm haunted. Everything is haunted. Benji shouting out my grandpa. Yes, his team is about to draft Caleb Williams.
I just turned up your microphone for everybody.
Oh, okay.
So
cool. I don't know why.
Should be good. Hopefully you're good.
Brian says I look good on his end.
Hey, you look good now, actually. It like stopped being fuzzy. So I don't know.
Chantry said I should get my camera glasses. Guys, it's so bizarre. I wish that I could show you what it looks like on my end, because on my end, when I'm looking at our streaming service, it is like 4K. So I don't know what's going on between, you know me, Jake, I'm not a technology wizard, so I don't know why it shows up one way somewhere else. But guys, the pick is in. Do we all want to say at the same time who we think it is? Jake? Count of three? I
guess it's gonna be Caleb Williams.
You didn't. All right, I was gonna make it more exciting.
Well, they're annoying. They should just pick. The source: the Bears are drafting USC quarterback Caleb Williams with the number 1 pick. The Bears were told to milk the clock.
Why? You know what? Is it because they want to teach us patience? I mean, what is it? Why? I don't get it. Do they want to give other teams time to...
I don't know. I do not know. My brother's not a mod. All right, I'm gonna make my brother a mod. He is a mod.
Alex,
Why isn't he blue?
the person who set up my streaming setup was Jake
Yeah, that was also what? How many years ago?
2 years ago. Yeah, it's
So Alex, since you are the GIF king, you like create GIFs and you make clips of my shows and you make memes. It would be so nice if you're watching this, and I saw you in the comment section, so hopefully you're still tuned in. I'm calling on you. We need you to make, like, when we're about to pick, the Rams are about to make their selections. If you could, you don't have to, but it would be doing me a huge favor. If you could screen cap during those sections of this draft and email me those clips so I could post them immediately to YouTube for the audience that doesn't do the streaming, we can get them like rapidly posted. I can't even explain to you how much that would help me. So, Alex, if you could do that, since I know you have that capability, that would be absolutely fire.
So Caleb Williams, I wish I could get my grandpa's reaction for you guys. I could see it. I'm sure. You know, my grandpa, I think, was kind of like me. Everybody knows I really love Justin Fields. He had a very special place in my heart, and I loved watching him every week. But for my grandpa's sake, I really want the Bears to succeed. So I hope Caleb can help them do that. And Jake, I know you agree with me. The Bears have basically taken every step that they should to surround him with one of the best teams.
Yeah, I know.
That they
the
can.
offseason was just loaded with,
I mean, Caleb needs to just basically make competent passes, if you think about it. I mean, he has the weapons.
He's starting off with DJ Moore and Keenan Allen. He's got, DeAndre Swift in the backfield. I mean, that's a lot of weapons to start out with. So he's off to a good start, as far as the supporting cast. I disagree with people saying they 100% need to pick a wide receiver at 9. I think they need to take the best available. If a wide receiver is the best available, by all means. But yeah, I think the Bears need to focus on taking the best available.
The Bears also have a lot of defensive needs. Now, they do have, I think, a very underrated defense, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But they do have a lot of holes on that defense still, too. And I think that people are so excited to have that idea of that high-powered offense, right, with Caleb. But you need to remember, they also traded for Keenan Allen. They had already gotten DJ Moore. They signed DeAndre Swift, so they have the weapons offensively. I wouldn't hate if they went out and got like a Jared Verse, or, they traded back and then took like a Chop Robinson or somebody like that. I think would really elevate that team. So
yeah, I mean, I love Chop Robinson.
380 people. Thank you, everybody who is here. What is up? Say hi in the chat so we can see who's here. So, Jake, now it gets a little interesting because now we have the Washington Commanders on the clock. And there's a lot of...
This isn't like a guarantee like Caleb. Like Caleb was talking in... Did you see the interview the other day? They're asking him, as a member of the Chicago Bears, who do you want them to pick at 9? Like, that was in the bag. This one, we kind of all think it's going to be Jayden, right?
I think it is Jayden, but I know a lot of people who think it's Drake Maye.
I don't think it's Drake Maye,
Daniels.
But I think Drake Maye is the better prospect.
I tend to agree, but I did get the vibe that the Commanders really liked Jayden Daniels, so that's who I believe is going to be the pick here.
Yeah.
I'm not... Again, if you guys find out before we do, please drop who the pick is in the chat. I am refreshing my Twitter or X or whatever you call it. But I'm also trying to get your guys' comments up and read what you guys are saying. So we might not see it as fast as you all do. Thank you, Mom. I agree. Don't you agree, Jake? I agree. And we're about to find out,
You are
Mom.
right a lot.
I
I'll say
am right a
that.
lot, but we are about to find out if it's going to be Jayden or Drake.
Wait, what's 400 for? What is that?
400 people watching.
Oh, I was like,
Well,
what odds? Like, I'm just this is the
no.
face of somebody who's slept a total of 8 hours the last 4 days. Okay, I am
So,
dead.
Jake, somebody asked if we have any draft day traditions. So, other than this stream,
Pizza.
yeah, pizza on day 3. Jake and I always order pizza on Drake 3 or Jake day.
She really
3.
wants Drake Maye.
I'm thinking of Drake May. No, I want it to be Jayden Daniels because I want to be right.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
it's
So
Jane Daniels officially.
it is. There
It
we
is
go.
officially Jane Daniels. I am slacking. You guys can call me out. I am totally slacking right now.
Chantry said Alexis isn't always right. Her pizza choices. Listen, I know that everybody hates my pizza. I got roasted by like 500 people at one time. Was it last year or the year before when we had like 500 people that were absolutely just like obliterating me on the internet for the pizza I ordered day 3? But I'm going to do it again, and you guys are just going to have to let me live my life.
Shout out Jordan Schultz had that report.
Yeah, chat tradition is to roast my pizza selection. So now that Jayden is gone, I think we know that the Patriots are about to take Maye because I don't think they're trading.
Yeah, no, I don't see that.
Yes, pineapple, Mom. They roast me because I put pineapple on my pizza, and you know what? My mom does too. Sorry to call you out like that, Mom, but we do that in our family and we like it. Okay, guys? Everyone needs to just let us be. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate you.
Oh, Alex, if you're still here, I DM'd you on Twitter, my email, and yeah, so make sure you check that out. If you want to help out, I totally understand. That's a lot of work to clip each video and send, but if the Patriots, if the Pats take Marvin Harrison Jr., the entire draft is going to go in flux.
I kind of was wondering, do you think that there's any scenario where they could do that? Like, do you think there's any situation where
I did, but Dave Portnoy, Bears just blew the draft. I can't. I think there was at one point, and I think they just decided, you know what, we're just going to stay here, and we're gonna pick our franchise quarterback, which is Drake Maye. There's no way they picked JJ McCarthy. There's no way. Bill Belichick. If Bill Belichick was with the Patriots still, I would say probably JJ McCarthy.
I mean, I wouldn't be shocked. Sorry guys, I'm going to go back to your comments. Man, so many comments about my pizza, guys. I am just like, I'm not trying to make the conversation about pizza, but I just have to defend myself at all times.
It's a really polarizing choice.
Emo's shout out. Yes, that is my favorite pizza when I'm in St. Louis. For those of you from St. Louis know what's up.
I actually had New Haven style pizza from Sally's delivered. So it was obviously frozen, but yeah, the famous Sally's pizza. I'm going to be probably
from
having
Connecticut,
that.
right?
Yes.
You like got it frozen? I know that's dedication.
Yeah. You should do it. You should try it sometime. It's goldbelly.com.
But
Anyone can.
I guess all the way from Connecticut to Chicago.
Yeah, I mean, you can get anything online. That's how people get, like, you know, in California, they want to try like New York pizza. That's the only way they can really try it unless they go to New York. I mean, there's New York style in there, but
do you guys know what account is the best to follow for breaking draft picks? Because I'll probably just pull them up instead of like furiously scrolling through Twitter.
I'm going to say without a shadow of a doubt, it is 100% Jordan Schultz.
Probably. And I do follow him.
He's a friend of mine, so I like him. And Anand Nanduri is also there, tipping picks at Nanduri NFL. See, Jason used Goldbelly to get some New York bagels. There you go. Goldbelly's fire.
I know that there's some companies who do that because I've thought about.
I'm sure Emos does it.
Well, right. No, they do. I don't know if they use Goldbelly, but it's Drake. Drake Maye to the Patriots. 3 for 3, as we probably most are right now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Drake Maye, New England Patriot. Like Jake and I said, I think we're both a little higher on him than we are Jayden Daniels, but
I really like Jayden Daniels. I wasn't expecting to like Drake Maye as much as I did. I'm going to say this. Drake Maye, the way the whole rhetoric around him reminds me so much of CJ Stroud. CJ Stroud was the number 1 quarterback for X amount of time, and then Bryce Young took over, and then it was no longer like people were like Stroud's third, and I was one of those people. Like, I really like Stroud, but I fell in love with Anthony Richardson. But it's reminding me, man. It's reminding me so much of that. I think Drake Maye is outstanding under pressure, does not get enough credit, had 34 big time throws, which was the most in all of college football. He's somebody where I don't want the Rams to draft a quarterback, but if Drake Maye fell past 10th overall, I would have taken Drake Maye. That's how much I like him.
I like Drake Maye. And you know who else I like, Jake? Marvin Harrison Jr., who I think is going for.
And he's good. It's funny. Source told me draft doesn't start until pick 5. And I was like, it's true. We already know what the first 4 picks are.
Yeah, exactly. Because it was funny. When did it come out that people were like, oh, the Cardinals are entertaining trading 4? And I'm like, no, they're not. Because why would you risk? Because if the Cardinals don't take Marvin Harrison, then the Chargers will at 5, right? 2 teams that, because I believe that they're going to take a receiver too. So why would you risk losing out on the top receiver in the draft when you have no real reason to trade back? So yeah, I think that you're going to see Marvin Harrison go 4, and I think you're going to see Malik Nabers go 5, and then I think you're going to see Rome go 6 to the Giants. That's maybe I don't know if anybody in the chat disagrees with me. You guys agree with me?
Wait, who do you have at 5?
Malik Nabers going to the Chargers.
So I'm hearing that they're going to take a tackle. They want to replace Pipkins at right tackle. They want to get a Mauler. So I'm going to let you do. Who do you think would fit that if you know the tackles? Well, and you know the guys that play right tackle. Who would you put there?
Well, because for me,
it's Fuaga or Latham.
That's what I was going to say. It'd be Fuaga.
I think it sounds like they'll take Latham, but
I was just about to say, I do think that some teams prefer Latham to Fuaga because they think Fuaga is maybe a little too raw. So I would probably say Latham.
Yeah.
But we'll see, guys. I mean, I'm refreshing. I don't see that the Cardinals pick is in.
It's funny. I was trying to find out what the shipping was because the person asked me what shipping was for Goldbelly.
Right.
And I almost accidentally ordered another $100 order. I was like, oh no, let's not do that. Crap.
413 people.
Let's go.
Let's go, guys.
Okay.
Some people in the chat are saying, how about JJ McCarthy to the Giants? I am not sold that the Giants are going to take a quarterback in the first, only because I feel like they're so locked in against their will to Daniel Jones that I just don't see it happening. I see them taking a receiver because I think they're going to have to try to tough it out probably with Daniel, in my opinion.
So per sources, I'm hearing that the I shouldn't have started it like that. Shipping is free, it seems like. Because I got my shipping for free. I don't know if it's going to be free for you. Maybe I was in a nice little location being in New York and only having to get it from Connecticut. But it sounds like shipping is free. See, it's us reporting the real things on this, like how to get pizza all over the country.
This is like what we do to take the nerves away, like take the edge off as we wait for the Rams to do something. We just talk about pizza, I guess. Let me pull Twitter back up. I'm seeing the Cardinals are taking Harrison. I've seen that from a few reporters. So I don't know if anybody can confirm that.
I'm not like getting the post notifications. That's annoying.
I'm not either. I don't know what's going on. So I've just manually been checking. So for people asking what we think the Rams are going to do, I have been up until 5 hours ago saying that the Rams were going to take a left tackle or an edge. Obviously, now we think they're going to trade up for Brock Bowers, or try, I should say. They haven't traded up yet. So if that is true, I would say they're taking a tight end. If not, I've been saying they're going to take a left tackle or an edge. Jake and I both had them trading up for Fashanu, the left tackle or offensive tackle out of Penn State. But yeah, I guess to be determined. And thank you, Wildman, for the donation.
Wildman.
Very kind.
Wildman the GOAT.
You. Thank you so much. I'm seeing decision hasn't been made for Arizona, so maybe people are getting...
The pick is Marvin Harrison Jr. So Alexis is stuck in the Matrix. And in the meantime, although it sounds like she's coming back to life. There we go.
I'm back. Okay, somebody just said Harrison.
Yep.
It's Harrison.
Harrison to the Cardinals.
I know.
So
sorry,
Marvin
guys,
Harrison Jr. is going to the Cardinals. My comp for Marvin Harrison Jr., very simple. Julio Jones. He's like a spitting image of Julio Jones. I think he's physically imposing all over the field. You know, one thing I want to say is that McCord really struggled last year at quarterback, in my opinion. Maybe not on the college level, Alexis, but as far as NFL level throws, he wasn't making them. And so Marvin Harrison Jr., you know, and I saw a lot of different LSU reporters trying to make the case for Malik Nabers being better. I'm just like, Malik Nabers, he's got a Heisman Trophy winner throwing him the football, right? I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr., if he was on LSU, would have had 1,800 receiving yards this year. I mean, he would have broken records. That's the thing, is like, it's not always face value. And this guy, how long have we been talking about him? Oh, when he comes out, he's going to be so good. Well, he came out, he's in the draft, and now he's an Arizona Cardinal. And he's got Kyler Murray throwing him the football, who can actually throw the ball with accuracy. So I'm looking forward to that. Just as a football fan, obviously, if I'm putting my Rams hat on, I'm not exactly happy they got a generational wide receiver. But, you know, as a football fan, it's good.
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, as a Rams fan, looking at an offense with Kyler Murray, Marvin Harrison Jr., Trey McBride is not super exciting and fun. But as a football fan, you know, you got to respect what they're doing and what they're building. And I mean, yeah, Harrison was always wide receiver one. I know there's a lot of Rams fans who were like, "Oh, he's not the best in the class." I was like, "Guys, that you only started saying that when you knew the Cardinals were going to take him. I mean, he is the best um, receiver in this class." But I nothing against, I think Nabers is still very good. I think Odunze is still really good. But I think Harrison is just that really special talent who is going to um, be very successful at the NFL level. Brian says he hopes that Joe Alt isn't next. I know, because then I have to officially grieve the Joe Alt to the Rams dream. But I'm not so sure. I've had the Chargers taking Malik Nabers because who is their wide receiver one right now, Jake? Quentin Johnston?
Yeah, it ain't great over there with the Chargers. To be honest with you. It's
So
Johnston, Palmer,
I
Darius
think they really
Davis. Yeah. But I just don't see them
that's what I'm
going.
saying. I think they got to go receiver.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't see them going wide receiver. It sounds to me like they're going to take Latham, I mean, they should, but they want to run the ball.
Joe Alt. So here's the thing. So if they take Latham, regardless if they, well, okay. So say they take Latham. Wait, a trade. There's a trade. Who traded?
Wait,
Who traded? Let me pull up the
Where are you seeing that?
Twitterverse in the chat. People are saying trade. Are you guys?
What?
Guys, was there really a trade or?
What in the hell? I'm not getting anything.
I'm not either. Okay. Well, maybe people are just they meant that in a way of like predicting a trade. I don't know, because I'm not seeing it either. So, okay, you guys are trolling. You guys can't do that to me. I'm trying to read all your comments and also
Patriots had big time offers and chose to turn them all down and grab their quarterback.
Well, yeah, I heard the Giants were like aggressively pursuing a trade, but I really don't think the Giants are going quarterback. I could be wrong. I just feel like they are tied to Daniel Jones, whether they want to be or not. So like, why would you waste? Like, I would just try to build around him. At this point. Do you guys see the pick? I don't see the pick yet. I don't even know if the pick is in for the Chargers or not.
Let's see.
So I'm going to stick by Nabers. I think that they're going to take Nabers because I think that they have to beef up that receiver room. What do you think, Jake? You still think they're taking Latham?
I mean, I personally, I would take a receiver. I would take Odunze, but I think they're taking Latham.
Okay. I think they're taking Nabers, but I could be wrong. I'm 4
Kyler
for
Murray
4 so far.
Is very excited. He said, "Let's rock, Marv Harrison."
What am I supposed to be excited about right now? The Rams haven't picked.
You were right.
I was right.
I literally told
you
were right.
I literally told Jake before we went. I said every year everybody is always like, Alexis needs to be more like enthusiastic. Like I'll be like, I love that pick, and somebody's like, well, do you? Well, do you? And I told Jake, I was like, how long is it gonna take? And I was like, how long is it gonna take for somebody to like yell at me for not being more happy and excited when I am? I can't help it.
Tisk, tisk.
Just how I react. Ryan said Nabers feels like a Charger. I agree.
He looks like a Charger, but I think it's going to be Latham.
They need to help.
Chargers Justin are picking.
Herbert. Okay, they are picking. They're not trading. ID89 says he thinks that they take Latham. I don't see the pick yet.
Chargers are officially picking. They turned down some opportunities to move down. That's what I'm seeing. No trade. which, by the way, I made a mock draft right before the show.
Mm-hmm.
I've gotten 4 right in a row, which those are easy. I have Latham at 5. So let's see if we can keep the streak.
What if the Chargers did something absolutely insane and like
Penix.
drafted McCarthy and then traded
Oh.
Herbert?
I heard.
And like,
so I heard that. I heard that was a thing. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I heard it was a thing that has been out there.
well, we know that Harbaugh loves McCarthy. I mean, that's his guy, right? So,
like, I literally got intel about that. Like that was something that was out there that they were trying to do or was talked about. Now, a lot of things get talked about, but I don't know. The Chargers apparently don't want to throw the ball. To be fair, though, Quentin Johnston is a first-round pick. So if, he could turn it around and end up being really, really good.
yeah, I think people gave up on him a little too quickly, although he did not. I mean, he had struggles. I mean, we can't pretend that he didn't have some egregious struggles, but he could turn it around.
Rappaport just said that there's a team trying to trade up for Odunze, or he could be a target for a trade up. So mentioned Odunze straight up. Didn't say Nabers. They're both there.
Hi, Shannon. Oh, I'm seeing Joe Alt. Oh, God, don't be true. Oh, man.
It's Joe Alt. Wow.
The dream is dead.
They went with Joe Alt. That means Joe Alt is going to be playing right tackle. I don't like that.
I don't like that.
Ugh. I can't hate. I mean, he's the best tackle. He's my second overall player on the board. Only behind the guy who just went, Marvin Harrison Jr. I think Joe Alt is just a absolute dominant tackle.
Best. I mean,
I
can't believe that
former tight end background. I mean, yeah, I can't hate on it. He's fantastic. You figure it out. Rashawn Slater. I think Rashawn Slater should move to right tackle. If I'm being honest. But
there is not a scenario where forcing Joe Alt to be right tackle when you could have him be one of the best left tackles right away in the NFL. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Rashawn Slater played right tackle a lot in college as well. So he's familiar.
Yeah, I think he did a little bit.
I think that, I think that has to be the move. I don't see you drafting Joe Alt to be your right tackle. I just don't. He is an insane left tackle prospect. I mean, one of the best offensive tackle prospects we've seen in years. I mean, why draft him to be not his typical position? That makes no sense. So
remember I said it was a thing? Remember that intel I said it was a thing about trading Justin Herbert?
Right.
And taking JJ McCarthy? Adam Schefter just confirmed it. Both Patriots and Vikings reached out to Chargers to see if they had any interest in trading Justin Herbert. The answer was very quickly a flat no. So there was a conversation. I knew there were some teams talking about it. I knew the Vikings. The Vikings really, I think it was McCarthy or they wanted like a veteran.
Caleb Williams has already announced that he will be wearing number 18 for the Chicago Bears, by the way.
I don't know how I feel about that. 18 looks gross with their font.
On a quarterback in general.
Well, I mean, Peyton Manning pulled it off, but on that uniform, like the Bears have that like font. I don't know. Why is what so delayed? Like us?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure what's delayed. I mean, we're seeing the picks kind of the first round is usually pretty even, Jake. I'm not sure if you agree with me, but the first round picks aren't usually leaked like they are with the second and third. Like when we get into the day 3, we know the picks like 5 to 10 minutes sometimes before it's on the TV, because the reporters on the ground, they're just basically being fed picks like candy. Like we know it. But on night 1, I feel like the NFL does a really good job of keeping things under wraps, because they want us all logged in and watching, and um, there's not as big of a disconnect. So Joe Alt, Jake, the dream is dead.
I know.
The dream is dead. We wanted it. But it was unlikely. Like I said, when people are talking about trading up for Joe Alt, I was like, you're going to have to trade up very far. I mean, it would have been a massive jump. He was always going to be a top 8 pick. I had him going to the Titans, but not surprised he went as high as 5. A little surprised he went to the Chargers, but now that the Giants are up, I think they're going to take Malik Nabers or Odunze. What do you think?
I think it'll be Odunze. I think on the Joe Alt front, I want to make it clear. I think the Rams really, really wanted him, but wanting something and acquiring something are two different things. And the Rams knew that they're not going to be able to trade all the way up, because you're probably going to have to get to 5. And I mean, if the Chargers pick him at 5, you're done. So.
Someone asked, does that mean the Rams aren't trading up anymore?
No, that's not what that means. Yeah, no, that doesn't. I think they had already ruled out Joe Alt. Like they realized he wouldn't be there for them. I think really all you need to know: Nabers, Fashanu, Odunze, Bowers. That's it. Those are the guys I think that they would be interested in trading up for.
The Giants just took Nabers, it looks like. Hold on. Let's
did
confirm. Let's confirm.
They did.
Yes, they did. Okay, hey, the last time the Giants drafted a receiver out of LSU, it went pretty well for them. It's Odell Beckham Jr. So they're trusting the recipe. So now Nabers is gone. So you know what? The Titans very well might take a tackle, Jake.
I think they're going to take Fashanu, but they could take Odunze.
I was about to say, they seem to be pretty intent on giving Will Levis weapons, and I know that they signed Calvin Ridley, but hey, I don't know. I still think they're probably going to take a tackle, but yeah, guys, the NFL Network is slacking. Come on, NFL Network. You have one job. You one job on night 1. The one night they make us all sit down and intently watch, and they are just dropping the ball. Guys, we have 596 people in here. We are almost at 600, Jake.
I know.
Is it because we're getting closer to the Rams pick?
Oh, it's got to be
closer. Because now we already know what the first 6 picks are. The Titans are up at 7. I'm going to get on, Twitter, X, whatever you guys want to call it, see if there's any news. It's so funny to me watching people tweeting about sports other than football right now. Yeah, they still haven't. Okay, now they're showing the Nabers pick.
I like the Nabers pick. I'm going to say that right now. I had a higher grade on Odunze, but my thing with the Giants is drafting a quarterback made 0 sense. You committed to Daniel Jones. I understand he's probably not going to be the long-term guy, but you have to at least try to get something out of that contract. You can't just throw around $40 million and waste it. So I like that. I like they got him a weapon. He's with Jalen Hyatt. I like that. I like what they did.
Yeah, I really wanted them to take a receiver. Like I said, I wasn't buying the whole, they're going to take McCarthy it just, you're tied to Daniel Jones, whether you like it or not. So you got to try and get something going. And I like this pick for them. I like Nabers. he was the second receiver that I thought was going to go.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure I placed a bet on that, actually. I'll have to go check after this, but I'm pretty sure I picked him to be the second receiver taken. Titans on the clock. So, Jake, I'm checking. I'm not seeing any news about the Titans.
We currently are rivaling Underdog Fantasy's live draft right now. We have just about as many people as they do live. We're killing it, and it's because of people like you.
Yes.
You guys came back over and over and over again. You put it in the comments section. Word of mouth. It got around, and we appreciate you guys. It's freaking awesome.
Yes, what SoCal said. Hit the like if you're watching, please. We would really, really appreciate it. Someone said, do the Titans get Fashanu? Yes, I think that's probably where they go now. I could see them taking Odunze, though. I really could. I could see them.
I think they're going to kill us and take Fashanu. I'm not super thrilled about it, but.
I mean, somebody said they think that they'll take Bowers. I don't think that they would take Bowers because I'm blanking on who their tight end is right now. But didn't they just take a tight end? What's up, Jim? Thank you for tuning in. We appreciate it. Jake, people want to know where you got your shirt.
Yes. So I got it. You can see the H here at homage.com. They actually sent this to me. So for free. So appreciate them. Shout out to Homage. They had a really cool shirt. You ever play NBA Jam, Alexis?
I didn't.
So they have like kind of hard to really explain, but you have the two guys, NBA Jam, and it shows like the old school, and it's got like the bars to detect like how good they are at a certain skill, like, you know, like the ratings, the overalls. And they made a cool NFL Jam shirt for Cooper Kupp and Aaron Donald, and they sent that to me as well. I'll probably wear that if I can find it. I can't find anything.
Jake,
I'm packing.
The Titans drafted JC Latham, so they did go tackle.
Oh my God.
That makes a lot of sense for them.
Wow. Okay. Well, now what this means is that the Rams don't have to trade up. They don't have to trade up to 8.
No.
If they like one of the guys, Fashanu, Brock Bowers, and Rome Odunze, and they can't figure out which one to take, they can trade up to 8, 9, 10. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they can figure that out. I am worried about the Jets. If you want Bowers,
you got to get in front of the Jets, because
I think that's, yeah, I could see that.
Atlanta, if they stay here and they don't trade out, you know, the Vikings could trade up here to try and get. I don't really think they would need to trade up for JJ McCarthy. I don't think Denver might, because they would have to maybe get in front of the Vikings. But Atlanta, if they make the pick, I think they'll take like Dallas Turner.
That's so fascinating. I didn't see Latham at all. Did not see it coming.
I'm not seeing anything about the Falcons trading, by the way. If you guys see it, please drop it in the chat. But I'm refreshing. I don't see anything. This is going to get interesting. All right. I'm not seeing you guys say anything in the chat about Falcons trading. And now it's a commercial, so I'm watching too many sources. I'm watching the NFL Network. I'm refreshing. Atlanta's in a really interesting spot. I think Atlanta holds a lot of power right now. Either they choose to use it or they choose to not. What do you think they do here, Jake? Do you think they trade? Do you think they stay and take like?
I mean, I thought that they were going to trade. That was my assumption.
What is so fascinating is the Bears are really going to end up with Odunze. What's up, Rodrigo? From Brazil.
Love that.
Someone said Odunze to Atlanta. Is that true? Of course, Atlanta. Okay. It sounds like Atlanta took Odunze. Let's see.
Where are they seeing that? Is that on TV? Or?
Where are you guys seeing it? Because I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that.
You guys can't clown me. I'm really putting some trust in you right now. People are saying Atlanta took him. Guys, NFL app? What's going on? I'm not seeing it. I'm sorry. I believe you. I trust you. If they took Odunze, then that dream is dead. I know a lot of Rams fans wanted him. I just don't see it, so I don't want to say that that happened yet. People are saying we're being played. Guys, please don't play me. What's that meme, Jake? Where it's the I'm old and tired, or the piano where it's like I'm old and tired, please don't play me. It's like, yes.
Oh my God, yes.
If people keep playing me, I'm just gonna have to stop I guess looking in the chat. But Twitter is also being very slow.
We have 647 people in here.
Guys, 647 of you, thank you so much for tuning in.
Like, this is wild. Not that I expected anything less from you guys.
And yes, you guys are playing with my emotions, and you're embarrassing me in front of 647 people when you are telling me that that we made it, or that they've been picked. But I don't see anything about the Falcons pick. I'm assuming that they have not actually picked, or not going to trade it as well, because I feel like if they were going to trade it, probably would have been announced by now. I don't see they've traded it. They could be fielding calls. What do you think, Jake? You think Atlanta's trying to see?
It's taking a while.
So we know they're not going to take Bowers because there'd be no need for him. They've got Kyle Pitts. I think that Atlanta, if they make the pick, I think it's going to be like a Dallas Turner. I could see them taking a Odunze. Other than that, I'm not sure.
I'm trying to...
I still see nothing about this pick, guys, so I don't...
well, also, I think the Tennessee Titans picked, like, early.
They might have.
That pick, like, took... that pick was 2 seconds.
A lot of people are saying
the
Rams
Falcons took Michael Penix Jr.
What?
Are we serious? Excuse me?
Kirk Cousins in shambles.
Excuse me? Michael Penix Jr. Then I just realized
I'm not laughing at Michael. I'm not laughing at Michael. I'm laughing at the Falcons and just the situation that here's the problem with this, guys. And this is my opinion, so people might disagree. You go out, you give Kirk Cousins a massive contract. You have young stars on your team like Bijan Robinson and Kyle Pitts, Drake London. You are in a position to add an Odunze or a Dallas Turner or somebody that is going to push you over the edge in the NFC South, which is kind of weak. Why are you spending the 8th overall pick on somebody who you clearly have to sit for at least, how long was Kirk Cousins' contract, Jake?
3 years.
Yeah.
It's another 3-year deal.
you're taking yourself out of the running when you could have been putting yourself into it by taking an Odunze or somebody that's going to elevate your team right away. That is bad. That's bad. I'm sorry. And again, it's not about Michael Penix. It's all about the Atlanta Falcons and what they're doing with their team. Wow.
Can I just also say this? JJ McCarthy gets a lot of flack, and I used to give it to him, but I'll be honest with you. I think JJ McCarthy has some first round upside. I would probably take him late in the first if I took him in the first. He's better than Penix. He's a better prospect. He's much younger. Penix, I think, is a good player. I think I'd take him in round 3. This is a massive reach. We're not doing grades this year, I don't think. But if I were to do a grade, I'd probably give this a D.
I would give it a D.
This is one of the worst first round picks I've seen.
Absolutely terrible. But you know what?
I can't even believe this.
For people like us, that means that who we want is still up. I cannot believe that the Chicago Bears are about to I mean, I would be shocked if they don't take Odunze. I mean,
good God. Maybe the Rams won't have to trade into the top 10 because these picks. Odunze is still there. Fashanu is still there. And Brock.
I just tweeted something. I actually just saw it in the chat too, saying trade Kirk Cousins to the Vikings. Oh man, Atlanta, what are you doing? My Atlanta. That's a phrase that now we can use about that pick, Jake.
Yeah.
So if I had to guess now, so sorry, I am audibly and visibly just shocked about this. So you've got Chicago up. I think they're going to take Odunze. I could see them trading back, but I mean, how could you resist having Caleb Williams, Odunze, Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, DeAndre Swift, Cole Kmet? I mean, come on. Insanity, right? So say Chicago takes Odunze. I think the Jets take Brock Bowers. So the Rams' only shot, in my opinion, to get Brock Bowers right now would be to trade with Chicago. So it just depends on how bad Chicago wants Odunze, in my opinion. Christian said they should draft Fashanu. I agree. I think that the Bears need to do a better job on that offensive line. I just, man, I'm sorry. I'm still shaken by that Falcons pick. Kirk Cousins' heart must have dropped.
I can't report everything I'm hearing and like what I found out about the pick, but it is yeah. It stunned a lot of people. We'll just say that it stunned a lot of people. I don't even know. But good for Michael Penix. He's been through a lot of injuries, to get to the point where he drafted 8th overall, top 10 quarterback. I mean, hey.
But he's sitting. I mean.
Oh, by the way, I was wrong. Kirk Cousins signed a 4-year deal. So it wasn't 3, it was a 4-year deal. With $100 million guaranteed.
I can't. Absolutely awful work by the Falcons. I mean, listen, so you love Michael Penix, cool. You made a choice to give Kirk Cousins a 4-year, multi-million-dollar deal. You again are in a position with so many young stars in an NFC South that has kind of been all over the place, really up for grabs. If you think about it, anybody could take it. And instead of using your first round pick to get a contributor right away, you're taking a guy that you're forced to sit for a long time unless you somehow manage to not. I mean, I don't know what you do in that situation. Very strange. Yeah, I see Brett in the chat said a very strange pick for the Falcons. I agree. That's a word that is coming to mind.
Yeah. And
And again, it's no shade to Michael Penix. It's just
the Rams were trying to trade up, and the Falcons just said, nope, we're going to stay at the pick. And then they took Penix. So that's who probably would have been there at 19. So I don't know what we're doing over here, but is what it is. Hey, it's okay.
It's just awful.
It's okay. I'm not going to get upset, right?
Well,
I'm a football fan, but it makes it easier because now better,
By the way, the Bears took Odunze.
I see.
So wow, what an offense. I mean, and you know what? Again, Caleb Williams, man, you have got everything in the world right now. I would be on cloud 9.
Here's the problem is that if the Rams, like Sean McVay was in love with Brock Bowers, like the way it was portrayed, which we don't know, right? He's probably coming off the board here because they did not get ahead of the Jets.
Well, I mean, hey, so let's talk about that though, because I believe the Jets will take Bowers. That is who I always had him going to before today. And the news came out that the Rams liked him, you know, whatever. There could be other moves the Jets make here, Jake. Do the Jets take a tackle?
True.
Do they take a Fuaga or, you know, somebody to protect Aaron Rodgers? Because, I mean, they cannot have a situation where he gets hurt again, you know, after, you know, last season. I don't know that there's a receiver I take this high. I mean, I don't know. I don't think like a Brian Thomas Jr. or an Adonai Mitchell, you know, I might be not thinking of somebody, but, you know, they could take a different offensive weapon. Do they go defense?
So the Rams, so Rossini just reported the Rams spoke to the Falcons today to try to trade in what would many believe would be for Brock Bowers. So the Falcons really hurt the Rams, potential trade up for Brock Bowers. Hold on. Here.
The Jets and the Vikings have traded.
The Vikings are trading up to take JJ McCarthy.
Yep. So, okay. Huh. Wait, hold on a second though. Why they traded up one pick?
Yeah.
Did they think the Jets were going to take JJ?
They protected themselves because
it's Denver.
So they're taking Bowers.
So you're right. All right. Well, let's wait for it to come in, but yeah, the Vikings are obviously trading up for JJ McCarthy. So I know that there was a sect of Rams fans who really wanted the Rams to take JJ McCarthy. Your dream is dead. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. It's not happening. It really never was. But now officially we know the Vikings are taking JJ McCarthy and the Jets are on the clock. And the expectation is they will take Bowers. So, Jake, assuming that it goes down that way, we don't have confirmation because everything is taking centuries to break, right? So we can't confirm that officially, but assuming that we've got McCarthy going here and then the Jets.
Oh, no, I can confirm. My sources told me JJ went to the Vikings. So that's why they traded up, obviously.
Well, right. But then assuming that then the Jets also take Brock, what does that mean for the Rams? Because my mind goes to Fashanu because he is still available. And Jake, you and I, who both had the Rams trading to 12 to take Fashanu, could very well see that happen.
Yes. That was the original mock.
Mm-hmm.
I will take him all day. I mean, I think, Olu Fashanu is my 4th overall player. So either way, the Rams are in a position now where they could get one of my third or my fourth overall player, third being Brock Bowers, fourth being Olu Fashanu. But the Falcons really screwed up their they screwed up their chances to get Bowers. I mean, the Rams really tried to put together a deal and they end up, picking that's mind blowing that they wouldn't trade down.
Atlanta really wanted Penix. That's what I'm gathering. They were infatuated with Penix. So
Jets get 129 and 157 for 203 from the Vikings.
Okay.
I mean, it's not a great haul, but that for one pick to even give up anything is kind of funny.
You know what's interesting, and other people might not know this. I know this because I live in Chicago, and JJ McCarthy is from Chicago, so he grew up a Bears fan. So JJ McCarthy is now playing for a Bears rival in the NFC North for the Vikings. So that always, I wonder what that's like for families. Like, you grow up going to Bears games and being a faithful Chicago Bears fan, and now you're a Minnesota Viking. I mean, I'm sure he doesn't care that much. I mean, you get drafted somewhere and you're all in, but it is always a little funny.
Oh yeah.
Because, Cole Kmet is also born and raised in Chicago, but he got drafted by the Bears. So he kind of got to live that dream. We were seeing the opposite of it with JJ McCarthy. So guys, 754 of you in here. We appreciate each and every one of you. We are just sitting here. We know that JJ McCarthy has gone to the Vikings. Now the Jets are on the clock. The expectation is they will take Bowers, but we don't know for sure yet. I'm refreshing. If you guys see it on your feeds, please drop it into the chat. But I'm not seeing that the Jets have made the pick yet. So I'm monitoring what you guys are saying, but I think that the Jets are taking Bowers. If they don't take Bowers, I think it's going to be Fuaga. What about you, Jake?
I think if the Jets don't take Bowers, I think they take Fashanu. And if they don't take Bowers, then I think the Rams move up to 12 and they take Bowers. And if the Jets take Bowers, then I think the Rams move up to 12 and take Fashanu, like I predicted. So, and you predicted. So, yeah. Wouldn't it be funny if I nailed the mock draft on first pick? And I would be, and let me be very clear. I'm getting, I'm annoyed because I got really excited about Bowers, just like what he would bring to the offense. But if they got Fashanu, you kidding me? That is a day one left tackle, 10 plus year starter. Don't even have to worry about it.
Well, that's who I had as well. And I don't care if they take him at 12 or not. I mean, like I said, I had the Rams trading up to 12 to take him, but if they trade up to 16, whatever, they take him at 19, I don't care. I just think that would be a great pick. Real quick, touching on while we're waiting for news to drop, who I feel awful right now, not except for Kirk Cousins. Another quarterback I just feel really bummed for and who must be feeling awful right now is Justin Fields. Because imagine watching an organization that treated you like garbage go out and have this draft.
Yeah, I mean,
it is what it is, but
it is what
I
it
can't
is.
help
I don't think he cares.
I think he's probably just happy to be somewhere that appreciates him, but you can't help but feel a little bad. Almost 800 people in here, guys. Let's go. Think we could get 800 by the time the Rams pick?
I think so.
I keep refreshing, guys.
783. That's what I see.
I don't see that the Jets have made the pick. Please drop it in the chat if you do see it. But I mean, NFL Network has just they still haven't announced the Vikings pick. So NFL Network is slacking. I just got an ESPN update about the Vikings trade. So things are running behind. People still aren't over what Atlanta did. I agree. Biggest shock, obviously, of the first round. Nothing else has been a surprise. But, I mean, Atlanta just... Man, the 4-year millions of dollars that you gave Kirk Cousins, did it mean so little to you? Apparently it did.
Yeah, I'm still not over that. I don't know why that bothers me so much.
It bothers me because it's so unpractical and there really is no way to justify it. Because listen, you see teams take quarterbacks in the first round all the time when they already have a quote unquote starter. But when you have a starter who you just paid a massive multi-year contract to, who is still arguably playing, I mean, it's not like Kirk Cousins is Russell Wilson or something, right? I mean, it makes no sense, and I feel bad for him. I feel bad for Penix. Yes, I mean, I guess good for him. He's getting drafted 8th overall, but you have to know that the expectation is you're not going to play for a while. Yeah, just really doesn't make a lot of sense. Guys, we just hit 800 people.
Hey, let's go.
Amazing. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. We are all right now waiting to see what the Jets do. If you guys see it on social media before we do, please drop it in the chat. I don't see that the Jets have made a pick yet. I'm going to assume they're not trading it because they've been on the clock for a while. But the expectation is that they are going to take Brock Bowers.
Oh. Sounds like the Broncos want Nix.
That actually makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, NFL Network guys is just so behind. They're just now Goodell is on stage and hasn't even announced the JJ McCarthy pick yet. So let's see what the Jets do. Obviously, we're gonna find that out on social.
No. Hopefully you're alive.
I am. Yeah,
okay,
every once in a while,
I am.
I am. Well, for whatever reason, again, Jake and I just recorded a podcast without a hitch, and then, of course, we do the live stream, and things go crazy. I don't see the Jets pick yet. Maybe the NFL is like, hold on, guys, we're so behind. Don't. And you know what I just thought of, Jake?
What's that?
JJ McCarthy throwing to JJ Justin Jefferson. JJ to JJ. Ooh, gives me anxiety. That's an inside joke between people who've watched this stream every year, as I get really anxious when there's situations like that and I don't know who's who. Has anybody seen a Jets pick? Anybody seen a
Jets
pick?
are picking at 11. They're not trading down again. Well, we know that.
We figured that.
I mean, come on.
Tell us who the pick is. Come on.
It's a good. I thought it was a good trade for the Jets. They could have gotten a little bit more, but hey, moving down one spot, they did it just so the Broncos couldn't get Penix. Or sorry, the Broncos couldn't get McCarthy. See, Penix is never going to leave my mind. That trade was absolutely insane.
Listen, it's going to haunt us. Okay, guys, everybody who is feeling Fashanu to the Jets. Jake, are we happy or angry about that? The Jets took Fashanu. So we lose out in Fashanu, but the Brock Bowers dream? And again, guys, this is what I was saying earlier, and I told you.
I haven't seen anything, though.
I've seen it. It's all over. They took
really?
Fashanu.
They took Fashanu. Oh, my God.
I think that... Wait, hold on. Why is everyone in the chat? I'm not lying, guys. I'm seeing it on Twitter. Yeah, no, they took Fashanu, guys.
Yeah, Fashanu to the Jets. Great move. Smart move.
What, though? If Denver... I think Denver could also take Brock Bowers. Because
no, I think Denver's either trading the pick to the Rams or they're going to go with Nix.
Well, I did have them trading the pick to the Rams, but to take Fashanu. in my original mock before all this news came out today. So we could see the Rams trade here for Brock Bowers. Also, guys, remember Denver recently traded for Zach Wilson. Not that that means they have to see him as their starter, but it is something to keep in mind. It's just so funny because the timeline is all about the Falcons, Jake. It is like nobody cares about anything else going on. Everybody is just everybody is still talking about Penix to the Falcons. But all right, Jake, our Fashanu dream is dead. Take a second, I'll grieve it. It's all right. It's all right. It happens. For those of you just joining us, Jake and I in our mock, we have our own mocks, but we both had the Rams trading with Denver at 12 to take Fashanu. So, Leroy, I am looking at a couple different feeds, mostly on X. I also have the screen, the NFL Network up. I'm watching the draft live. But the NFL draft, if you guys are watching NFL Network, it is very behind. So it's not even worth really watching unless you just want to see everyone having fun in Detroit.
So the Rams are actively trying to trade up. They tried to trade up with the Falcons. Let me just give you all the intel here. They tried to trade up with the Falcons. The Falcons said, nope, we're going to stay at the pick. They took Penix. The Rams were absolutely surprised and shocked. Obviously, I think anybody would be. And so then the Rams tried to trade up at pick. They just tried to trade up just now. And Denver is going to take Bo Nix. Denver's not trading down. Sounds like they're going to take Bo Nix.
Well, it makes sense. Nix this early after trading for Zach Wilson is a little surprising to me, but what I could see them doing is making it a competition. I just feel like,
God.
Again, it's sometimes I think if you like a quarterback, I get that teams.
I mean, it's just really stupid. I mean, like, this is why you're picking at the beginning of the draft. I'm sorry. It really is. It's not trading down and reaching on quarterbacks is insane. It's absolutely insane. If Denver really does go with Nix, which is what I'm being told, like, that is an awful pick. I'm just going to be honest with you. It's bad.
So here's the thing. If you guys are in on Brock Bowers, and by the way, if Bowers makes it to 19, I would very much like an apology for when I remotely mentioned that and everybody was like, you're insane. He would never make it past 10. Again, if he makes it to 19, like I said, because of the way this draft is going to fall with quarterbacks and tackles, and I think people slightly, emphasis on slightly overvaluing Bowers, it would not be surprising because look at who's up. Vegas isn't going to take Bowers. I'd be shocked if they took Bowers. Oh my gosh, Jake, look, it did the thumbs up thing. For those of you who don't know, there's a weird thing going on with iOS where if you make a thumbs up to the camera, it does that little thing. But anyways, Vegas isn't going to take Bowers because they have Michael Mayer, and I just don't foresee them doing that, personally. I just don't. The Saints, I don't know. I mean, the Colts could take Bowers. And Bo Nix did go to Denver. I don't like that pick. I like it better than I like the
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm getting new information on Nix. Sounds like Nix could be going to the Raiders.
No, they picked. Everybody is tweeting the Denver Broncos took him.
They're tweeting it now?
Yeah. Official sources just saw it from Jordan Schultz.
Okay. Yeah,
so,
same source also heard something about the Raiders,
So here's the thing. So now the Raiders are up. I don't think they're taking Bowers because again, not that they've utilized Michael Mayer in the way that I think they should, but they have him. The Saints, maybe. I mean, the Colts would be the one to look out for. The Seahawks, maybe. Jacksonville, probably not. Cincinnati. So actually, the more that I think about it, pretty much almost all of those teams I could see taking Bowers. So never mind. Maybe the Rams would need to trade up. For people saying the Raiders are going to get Bowers, I really don't foresee them. I mean, what do you think, Jake? I don't foresee them taking him with Michael Meyer. I just don't.
I
'Cause don't
mean,
they
he's
also have?
different. He's
He's
so different.
different,
You know what I mean?
I guess. I mean,
Seattle, they just hoard tight ends. They can grab Brock Bowers and just keep him on the bench. That's normally what they do. The Saints could. I don't love the Saints tight ends.
well, the more that I think about it, the Saints could, the Colts could, the Seahawks could, Cincinnati. So yes, actually, so I was originally like maybe the Rams won't have to trade up, but I do think they would actually if they want Bowers. So Jake, looking at who is left and looking at the Rams, who do you think makes the most sense? I mean, are you still like Bowers or bust, or there's still
I mean,
prospects that make
it
sense
gets
to
to a
you?
point where, it's like, okay, if Bowers is gone at that point, like, I don't know if I'm trading up. Fashanu's gone. The board fell perfectly, I think. And the Rams they tried to trade up and they couldn't. The Jets weren't going to move. The Broncos weren't going to move. They called the Falcons. I actually think it sounded like they had close to a deal with Atlanta, and then they just decided to stay and take Penix. It's annoying.
Just terrible move, but I mean, that's the story. I don't care what else happens in this draft. I'm pretty sure the story is going to be Penix to the Falcons. I'm refreshing, by the way, guys. I don't see that the Raiders pick is in. NFL Network is incredibly behind because they still haven't announced the Bo Nix pick. So, guys, almost 900 people in here. We're at 892. That is amazing. Thank you, everybody who is hanging out with us right now. Yes, almost 900.
Almost 900.
I'm seeing Bowers reverse. Today I said that the two that I was thinking the Rams were going to take was Fashanu or Jared Verse. Obviously, it's not going to be Fashanu. He's already gone. The Jets took him. So they could still take Jared Verse. I mean, an edge rusher still has not gone. We are at pick 12. I'm seeing a lot of people saying that they could take like a Brian Thomas Jr. Thank you, Pete. That's very nice. Yes, if you could please drop a like, we would really appreciate it.
I still cannot believe 6 quarterbacks went in the top 12. 6, Alexis. Like, are we for real?
Do you think, well, we've talked about this, but do you think maybe the NFL overvalues quarterbacks at times?
Absolutely. Yeah. It has the lowest hit rate.
Mm-hmm.
So we already know not all 6 are going to work out based on the fact that we know how the circle of life goes. There'll be more quarterbacks drafted next year. It's insane. That's why everyone's trying to play the position now. That's why natural wide receivers are coming out of high school and they're like, I want to play quarterback because I want to make $50 million like Patrick Mahomes.
You know what would be interesting right here? If the Raiders traded with the 49ers and did that Brandon Ayuk trade. I don't think that will happen, but I mean, the Raiders pick isn't in yet. Oh, wait. People are saying, oh, never mind.
That's what I'm saying. 6 before number 13 is insane.
I'm seeing Byron Murphy a lot. Is that in, guys? Let me refresh. Or are you guys just saying that's who you want the Rams to take? Yeah, I don't see that Vegas is picked yet.
Now let's see if Sean Payton can actually develop a quarterback, because everyone gives him credit for Drew Brees like he's not a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, Twitter is kind of being weird. I'm very curious what Vegas does here, guys. I
The notifications get so glitched out.
still nothing about Vegas. They could be trying to trade out. We don't know.
I hope to God
People
they don't
think
take Bowers, but it sounds like they might take Bowers, but we don't know.
just feels weird to me. I mean, Bowers is obviously a much better, prospect than Michael Mayer. Well, I don't want to say much better because,
I know that's your guy.
well, yeah, I mean, I don't like how Vegas has used him at all. He kind of got hot when they started to kind of use him the right way, and then they stopped. So, um, I mean, it's a kind of a bummer that the Vegas really needs a quarterback too. I guess they're going with Gardner Minshew. At this point, they have to because I don't know who else you're taking that can start right away in this draft. I still don't see anything about Vegas. Somebody's saying it's Bowers. The Raiders took Bowers. Huh. Yep, they took Bowers. All right. The official accounts are tweeting it. The Raiders took Brock Bowers, so the Brock Bowers to the Rams dream is dead.
Oh man. So all the blue chip prospects are gone. The Rams tried literally multiple times to trade, and these teams just panic drafted quarterbacks. Unreal.
So here's the deal,
Unreal.
guys. So, okay. So there's only one prospect left that the Rams can take that would keep me in good graces with my picks, I should say, in terms of accuracy, and that would be Jared Verse. So, at this point, I don't think the Rams should trade up. There is nobody left that the Rams should trade up for. If 900 of you are in the chat right now, if you guys disagree, put it in the chat. But in my mind, we are now at pick 14, right? Because they took Bowers at 13, the Raiders did. So Brock Bowers is gone. Now the Saints are up at 14. The Rams are at 19. There's nobody left that I'm giving up draft capital to move up 5 spots for. I mean, do you agree or disagree, Jake? At this point, I think you stay at 19 because I don't think that you want to give up any more capital to only move up 5 spots when all of the prospects worth trading up for, in my opinion, are gone.
Yeah, see, it's tough because the board fell exactly how you would have wanted it. I mean, you had a chance to go up and get those guys, and it's just an example of how takes two to tango. They tried to trade up multiple times, and they couldn't do it. So, I mean, looking at it right now, and actually, mock draft simulator on PFF is so clutch. You can go on right now, and it's filling in the picks. So like you can do a simulator based on the picks that are already filled in. So what we're looking at here, obviously no quarterback, will filter that out. Wide receiver will filter offensive tackles, interior offensive alignment. No. Offensive tackle, we'll do corner, edge. I think that's good. So players that are on the board, this is not my board, this is PFF's. Cooper DeJean, Quinion Mitchell, Leatu Latu, Talisa Fuaga, Terrion Arnold, Troy Fatanu, Dallas Turner, Jared Verse, Amarius Mims, Adonai Mitchell, Brian Thomas Jr., Nate Wiggins, Graham Barton, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Troy Franklin, Lad McConkey, Mikey Sainer, Jordan Morgan, Tyler Guyton, Chop Robinson, and yeah, I think the rest are probably not going the first. So I think it's Chop Robinson if they stay at 19.
And I think it's Jared Verse if he's there. Listen, I wouldn't be upset with either one of them. I do think you got to go edge. And I had in my final mock the Rams taking a left tackle. Like I've said, I had them trading up for Fashanu. But I also sent out a tweet today, which I believe we need to remember that the Rams pass rush right now is pretty bad. On paper, it is not good. And I get it. I know everybody wanted Bowers or Odunze or, whatever the flashy offensive weapon is, fine. But I really think that this defense could really benefit right away from a strong guy on the edge. I think Jared Verse alongside Byron Young would be a really good pick. And I stand by that. If they don't want to go defense, that's fine. If they want to go corner, I don't really see the Rams going corner in the first. I just don't. I mean, obviously, there's some really good corner prospects there if you want to go best player available. My gut just tells me they need to go Jared Verse. That's just my opinion. Some people I know want Brian Thomas Jr., some people want Xavier Worthy, but I really would love to see the Rams walk away because of how this draft has fallen so far with a solid edge rusher. That would really, Dallas Turner's still there. A single edge rusher hasn't gone, guys, and we're at pick 14, and I will refresh now to see if the Saints have made the pick. I don't see it. I'm assuming they take Fuaga. That's who I normally have them taking. But we'll see. I still don't see it.
I can't believe the panic drafting of quarterbacks. It is honestly, it is so lame.
Can you not believe it? Can you not believe it because you just can't believe it, or you more just you feel like it screwed the Rams out of who they wanted?
I'm annoyed about the Rams angle, but as a fan of the sport, as a fan of football, I don't know why these professionals just are not. They don't act professional. I mean, that's just ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous. 6 quarterbacks in the top 12. This class is so overrated at quarterback. I've said that over and over again. I will stand by it, and you can go ahead and you can clip this if I'm wrong. I'm not rooting against these guys. I'm not, but this is wow. Good Lord. And why'd the Raiders the Raiders getting Brock Bowers? Ugh, that killed.
I don't like that pick really, but they went best player available, I guess. And, it is what it is, but 999, 1,001, Jake, 1,001 people. Thank you so much, everybody. This is insane. This is a draft day record for us, Jake.
It is. But it goes to show you, though, the growth that we've made over the last 6 years.
I mean, when we were...
I'm just saying.
Guys, appreciate all of you so much who are in the chat. The Rams pick is approaching. And... yeah, I mean, really, Jake, to continue what we were talking about, I think that the Rams' best bet is to go edge right now.
I think based on what has happened, I think the Rams, they met with Fashanu. They met with Chop. That's all I really know. That's all that's been reported.
I'm seeing the Saints took Fuaga, by the way. Sorry, I don't know if that's true.
That sounds... they need a tackle. I think trading down would be dumb.
In my mocks, I've had them taking Fuaga, so... yeah, I mean, we'll see. Thank you all for the kind comments, by the way. I'm trying to highlight all of them. They are coming in fast and furious, and we really, really appreciate it. Okay, so I'm seeing Fuaga. All of you, I trust you guys. I haven't seen it yet. I will refresh. So that means that the Colts are on the clock, and I think the Colts are going to go Dallas Turner. What do you think, Jake? Yep, confirmed, by the way, that the Saints took Fuaga.
So the Saints took Fuaga. I think it's a great pick. Unfortunately, we don't know the status of Ryan Ramczyk at all. Sounds like he's done. I mean, it's not good. His His injury isn't healing. So you go out, you get him with Trevor Penning. Hopefully Penning develops for them. Makes sense. So there's that.
Thank you, LA Lou, for your donation. Good question from Liberty. Who is the number one defensive player versus the best wide receiver left? Jake, do you want to give your, I mean, for me,
number one defensive player, in my opinion, on the board right now is Chop. But I mean, we all view the draft differently. Alexis might have somebody different. Like I think Chop Robinson is a top 10 talent, and you know, that's what I would go after. I didn't see the rest of the thing.
Yeah, I would say overall talent. I'm not, you know, and I'm not saying the Rams should take him. I'd probably say Quinyon Mitchell or Jared Verse, in my opinion. Defensively, offensively, ooh, I'd have to look at who's left. I mean, I really like, Brian Thomas Jr. Probably,
Yeah.
You know, I would say. Thank you, Slick Rick. We appreciate it. So we're really now, guys, now that we know the Saints have picked Fuaga, we are waiting on the Colts and to see what they do. I think they go Dallas Turner. That feels like a Colts pick to me. It would be interesting if they, Jake, if they took like a Brian Thomas Jr. I mean, they've got Pittman.
I could see that. I think they're going to go with Quinyon Mitchell and break this defensive. This is the most I've ever seen. I've never seen this many defensive players fall down the board. I mean, this is crazy.
Could it be a trend? Could there be a trend that teams are just, you know, really obsessed right now with these offensive players? You know, we talk about the quarterbacks, receivers. I don't think so. I think it's just the way this draft has fallen, but something to think about. Someone said they think Seattle goes O-line. I actually do as well. I
think Fuaga is a great pick for the Saints.
I do too. That's who I had them taking in all my mocks.
I think I could totally see the Colts taking Cooper DeJean. I would go with Quinyon Mitchell. I'm going to say they go with Quinyon Mitchell, but I could see it.
I think they're going Dallas Turner or Quinyon Mitchell. I think Seattle probably goes offense. You know what? Seattle could go edge or offensive line. Jacksonville, I think, goes secondary. Cincinnati's interesting because they could go wide receiver because T. Higgins is pretty adamant about getting out of there. So, what if the Bengals traded for Ayuk? Do you think that rumor is true? Do you think the 49ers are shopping Ayuk for a first-round pick?
I think it's true. I think it's true.
I do too.
I don't think they'll get a first-round pick. Any GM that gives them a first-round pick, knowing you have to pay Ayuk too, should probably be fired.
I mean, I thought the rumor, the one thing that threw me off about that rumor is they were like, what'd they say? They said that they're shopping Ayuk and Deebo Samuel to see if they could get a first pick for either one. That to me then made it seem fake. Because in my mind, I get what, you know, Ayuk has been pretty outspoken about wanting a deal. But why would you look to trade Deebo Samuel?
Yeah.
Rams fans are now pivoting to Cooper DeJean. They want Cooper.
Yeah, I would pass on that.
I'm not as high on him, but I'm just based on what I'm seeing. I still don't see a pick in for the Colts. Sorry guys, I'm refreshing. I'm not seeing it. What do you guys think? So we're up. You know, we don't know the Colts pick yet, but assuming they make the pick, you know, they're at 15, we're at 19. I don't think that the Rams have anybody left to trade up for. I think they shouldn't give away capital. I think they should stay at 19 or trade back. In the chat, who do you guys want the Rams to take? Let us know. Let's have the discourse. I know it's a little early. I know that, you know, there's still 1, 2, 3, 4 guys that can go, but I'm seeing the Colts. No, somebody, is that confirmed? That the Colts took Latu, or is somebody trolling me?
Probably somebody trolling you.
Yeah, I don't see that yet. Okay, people, it seems like a lot of you want Chop or Byron Murphy. That's right, Byron Murphy's still available, Jake. And
yes,
I did
funny
have,
you just said that. I just got a tip about that.
And I did say, not today, yes, it was either yesterday or the day before, that I felt that the Rams would really like Byron Murphy. Versus Latu. So it seems like everybody's kind of on the same page now about pivoting to defense. I'm not seeing anybody, at least in our chat, talking about the Rams going offense at 19. So, which makes sense, because I think that all of the guys that you would have gone offense with are gone at this point. So, I could be wrong. Anybody seen the Colts pick? Because I have not seen it.
Yeah, I'll just say this right now. There's no chance the Rams trade out of this draft. They've been trying to trade up since pick 8.
No, they're not trading out of the first round.
They're still trying to trade up. So,
but
I like the aggressiveness.
I just don't. The only person that I could see the Rams,
I think it'd be Byron Murphy.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Colts took Latu.
Okay, so that was true. The Colts took Latu. So now you got Seattle, who Seattle could really do anything. If I'm being, I don't see them going receiver. I could see them going Byron Murphy. I could see them going Dallas Turner. Probably it's going to be Dallas Turner. I could see them going Jared Verse. What do you guys think? We got a division rival up now.
Seattle's taking Troy Faltanu. Absolutely.
Oh, right. God, I forgot he's there.
Because I think they wanted... They were probably going to trade back in the first round to get Penix, but I think they're taking Faltanu here because Ryan Grubb, the offensive coordinator, came from Washington.
Now, I could be wrong. So many players falling that I know were so many favorites on Rams Twitter, guys, and I'm with you. I still, listen, I want Jared Verse, so my guy's still there, but he very well could go quickly. I also really wanted Jerzon Newton. I really like Byron Murphy too.
If I had to guess right now, based on what I'm hearing, Byron Murphy will be the pick. If he's there for the Rams, Byron Murphy will be the pick.
And I should, when I have a chance, I'm going to go queue up that tweet from... I mean, Byron Murphy is the #1 interior defensive lineman in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, depending on who you talk to, I would say that. I mean, some people would probably say Newton, but just hovering around that 1,000 mark there for views. So appreciate y'all.
All right, guys. What does Seattle do? What do we think? I don't know. I'm kind of like a little nervous there.
The way you just said, all right, guys, I thought it was playing like a Downtown Rams episode. I was like,
because that's how I always start
You
my
said it in
intro.
like the perfect like voice that you would. Like it was just like, what?
Nope. I mean, we are
Oh,
on Downtown Rams right now, but we are in it. We are in the thick of it. We are waiting Seattle's pick. I don't know. I kind of have a bad feeling they're gonna go by. Or you know what? They're gonna go Fashanu. Why do I keep forgetting that he's still available?
oh wow. I didn't. Okay, sorry. I that pick when I said it was Latu, that was from a source. So like that was literally like breaking the news. Like no, everyone just caught up to it. I didn't realize how far ahead I was when I said it was Latu. That's funny.
Oh my God! Wait, was Latu the first defensive player taken?
First defensive player taken. This is the longest I think in NFL history. I'm pretty sure drought wise.
Wow.
Pretty gnarly.
I did not think it would be Latu. I have to admit.
No, all right, so I can say it now. The Rams really like the player. We're concerned about his medicals. So I will say they were not taking Latu.
Mhm.
I told you that I think 2 days ago. But to everyone else, that's why I was kind of hinting in the Discord, people who were going crazy about Latu. I was like, they're really concerned about his medicals. So, and I get it,
Yeah.
I get it.
Well, now we just have to see who Seattle picks. Guys, 1,045 people in here. People are starting to tune in because they know the Rams are almost up. Oh,
Rams are
Seattle.
almost
Tell
up.
me that's not true, nuisance. Sorry, I don't know. Um, I'm seeing that Seattle took Murphy. But let's see. Can we confirm? I don't see it.
Hmm.
I'm not discrediting you.
I'm
I
not
just can't
seeing it
confirm it.
either.
Um, we'll see.
The content I'm going to make. So I have an NFL channel. I am going to make a freaking, it's going to be a belligerent rant about quarterbacks. But
Jake's villain origin story of why quarterback is the least important position in the NFL.
well,
Just something like just just do the header or something like, do teams actually need a quarterback, question mark? Here's the discourse.
well,
That's the wave Jake is on right now. I'm not saying I disagree with you, but I just
that meme. I mean, I'm not condoning it, but you know the meme where it shows on the book, the guy's reading on the subway, it says why women deserve less. It's like why NFL GMs deserve less. That's how I feel right now. I'm like, you guys don't deserve to win anything. Still 6 quarterbacks in the top 12.
By the
6.
way, Murphy to the Seahawks, guys.
Wow, they took him. Did they really?
Yeah.
Oh
Okay.
my God.
So, well, you know what? Listen, I really liked Murphy, but you know what? I love Jerzon Newton. He was a close second to Murphy. And guys, Jerzon Newton's player comp is Aaron Donald. And I could see it. Jared Verse is my guy. And listen, if the Rams end up with Jared Verse, that is a good first round pick. He's my number one edge in the class. I know he is. I know that he wasn't your number one, Jake, but you said that. Correct me if I'm wrong. You ended up liking Verse a lot more than you thought you would. I think when you. So yeah. So I mean, Jared Verse is a
Verse
hell of a
played his
player.
college football before transferring to Florida State in my backyard at
Yeah,
UAlbany.
at UAlbany. So listen, Verse or
Not
Newton
literally
is
in
who
my
I'm rocking
backyard.
with right now. Not literally. They're not
Yeah.
like close personal friends.
Yeah,
But
no. No, but Verse, I actually thought was a perfect fit for what the Rams were looking for. Explosive, powerful. In a way, he's a better fit for them than Chop is. But I know that they really like Chop, and they met with him. So, and I have a higher grade on Chop. He's got a higher ceiling also.
I think Verse is more NFL ready than Chop. So Seattle's taking Murphy. That means Jacksonville could take Verse. You know what? That makes a lot of sense. Jacksonville also, though, you know who makes a lot of sense for them? Quinyon Mitchell or Cooper DeJean.
I think they take Terry and Arnold.
Oh, that's right. God, all these defensive guys.
I mean, I could see
still
Quinyon
available.
Mitchell. He's the best corner in this draft, in my opinion, but I could see Terry and Arnold.
Man, this is just, if you're a defensive player in this draft, you are having to wait. You are having to wait. Only 2 defensive players taken, and we're on pick 17. That is crazy. If you guys see the Jacksonville pick, please drop it in the chat. I think they're going to go secondary. I usually had them taking Cooper DeJean in my mocks, but Quinyon Mitchell's still there. Terrion Arnold is still there. I was not expecting that. Guys, we are at 1,087 viewers. Jake, that is insane. We appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for being here.
That is insane.
Enjoying your comments. I am seeing from a lot of you guys that I think you guys are wanting Dallas Turner or Jared Verse. There's Jerzon Newton as well. So yeah, the energy is totally shifted to defense, as I think it should. I think you look at the prospects who are available, Jake, at this point. Just a plethora of talent on the defensive side of the ball.
The Seahawks didn't take Fashanu, so he's very much in play too.
Oh, right.
They've met with him multiple times, so I would say Fashanu.
That makes sense, and so does Brian Thomas Jr.
Brian Thomas Jr. Verse. Those would be the 4 guys that I would expect, or the trade down, which I think is entirely realistic. I could see either.
Jake, Joe very kindly wants to know how he can donate. And I honestly don't even know how. The answer.
Man, how do I walk somebody through this process? Let me see here. So where you see the comment section, Joe, and appreciate you, by the way. Yes, where you see the comment section, the chat, next to the chat, there is a dollar bill sign. You would just click that, and then it'll ask you how much to donate and to put in whatever comment you want to be, boosted, a super chat, if you will. So that's how you would do it.
Yes, hopefully that answers. I mean, I don't even know. What's up, Pete? Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Yes, we are at 1,100 viewers. That is insane. We really appreciate all of you guys in here. I know we're all in the same boat, anxiously awaiting the Rams pick, which is up in 3. I don't see the pick yet that the Jaguars have made. I don't even know if it's in. I'm refreshing. Again, if you guys see it before we do, which you most likely will, because we've got up your guys' screen, please feel free to let us know in the chat. We got Jacksonville up, then Cincinnati, and then the Rams. So we are very close. Very close. And there you go, Joe. Thank you so much. We really, really appreciate it. That's very, very kind of you.
Hey, appreciate it, Joe.
You tuning in. No one got Wiggins yet. He's still available.
David, thank you so much for the 20. Really appreciate you.
Yes, thank you so much, David. That's very, very kind. Seattle took Byron Murphy, the defensive tackle out of Texas, who was a lot of people's number 1 defensive lineman in the draft. Whew, man. Is anybody else getting a little nervous? I'm getting nervous. I'm getting
what's
gonna happen?
At this point in
so
time,
many possibilities.
At this point in time here, looking, I love that you can just update the PFF mock draft simulator. It just updates. So yeah, DeJean, based on their board, DeJean, Mitchell, Newton, Arnold, Fashanu, Dallas Turner's there, Verse, Mims. I could also see Mims, Mitchell, Barton, Wiggins, Thomas Jr., McKinstry, Chop Robinson. Yeah, there's I like quite a few of these guys. This is one of the worst case scenarios because the Rams had the ball fall, the board fall in their favor, and no one would trade down. So I mean, there's not really anything you could do there.
So I'm sorry.
The Vikings have just traded up.
Yep. I was just about to say I got booted and then now I'm back and I'm seeing the Vikings traded up. All right, Jake, what do you think they're doing?
So they did this to get in front of the Rams and the Bengals. So this is for a pass rusher. So I'm going to say this is Jared Verse.
Okay, it could be. Ooh,
Dallas Turner. All right. Yeah, this could be for Dallas Turner.
It's gonna hurt me if it's Jared Verse. I'm not gonna lie, guys, because Jared Verse is the one. Well, I guess Newton too, because I was kind of riding with Jerzon Newton a lot. But I also could see the Vikings taking Jerzon Newton here. So I don't know. It's got to be defense. Yeah, I'd be surprised if it's not defense.
Thank you, Pete. Appreciate the 20. Means a lot. Best $20 I've spent all month. Awesome job, guys.
Thank you, Pete. That's very nice. We appreciate it.
Oh, hold on. Did you highlight Dominic? Dominic dropped a 50.
Wait, he did? And was it when I cut out? Let me find it.
Okay, yeah, it was probably when you cut out. Dominic, thank you so much. I just noticed that.
Thank you, Dominic. Let me go. I don't know where it's at. Oh, here it is. Dominic, thank you so much. That is amazing. Appreciate it.
Oh my God, we have him in full flex. Shannon, thank you for the 2. My daughter Raquel wanted to say hi to your Alexis. Hi to you, Alexis.
Hi, Raquel. Thank you for watching. I hope you're having a very good night. And that's very, very fun that you guys are watching this together. We really appreciate it.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
And then Matthew donated 50.
Matthew.
Thank you so much, Matthew.
Amazing.
Like this, Joe. Edge rusher, damn it. Jake, you're the man. Alexis, beautiful as always. Good night, guys. Got to pour concrete early. Hey, appreciate you, Matthew. Hey. Hopefully you get a chance to see the Rams pick, but I know it's taken a while. So,
yeah, appreciate you. Thank you, everybody, so much for these nice words.
SoCal, thank you so much for the 2. Vikings traded up.
I'm seeing Dallas Turner.
I'm seeing Dallas Turner as well.
Yep, it's Dallas Turner. Okay. So my Jared Verse dream is alive.
Bengals are on the clock at 18.
And then the Rams. Okay, guys, it's almost go time. We got over 1,100 people in here, Jake. Cincinnati's on the clock. Oh, my Lord. Then our Rams are on the clock. I'm terrified that when the Rams are on the clock, our service is going to boot me again and I'm going to lose connection. But for now, Cincinnati is on the clock, guys. So, man, I mean, I'll tell you this. I don't see Cincinnati taking Jared Verse. Unless they do, because Trey Hendrickson did request a trade. Right?
That is true.
So they could go edge, but you know what? T. Higgins also requested a trade, so they could go receiver. They could go Brian Thomas Jr. You could put LSU receiver back with Joe Burrow. I don't know. I kind of feel like it's going to be Brian Thomas Jr. What do you guys in the chat think? Who do you guys think Cincinnati's about to take? Broski, thank you for the $5. And he said, Alexis, will you marry me?
Sounds like you got to marry him.
I mean, it sounds like I have to. I guess just,
really don't have any other option.
Let me know what that looks like. Thank you so much. I think that Cincinnati is taking Brian Thomas Jr. Steven,
I'm going to say they go with Verse. You just died inside.
Steven, thank you so much. He said take the best defensive player available. I agree.
Thank you, Steven.
Thank you, Steven.
Christopher,
thank you so much. Appreciate you as well. That's so kind. Thank you so much for the donation. Bobby, hey, anything is good. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for tuning in. That's very, very nice of you. So the Bengals, I don't see that the pick is in, which makes sense because we just found out the Vikings pick. I'm like sweating, Jake. I am nervous. I am like the anticipation is palpable. I mean, what's going to happen? I mean, please verse. I agree. I don't want Cincinnati to take verse because I want verse, but like I mentioned a few minutes ago, um Trey
So,
Hendrickson did request a trade, so you know.
okay, so Jacksonville gave up a third. No. Hold on. Vikings gave up a third and a fourth in 2025 and 167 to move up 6 spots to get Dallas Turner. That's like that's literally the definition of let's just slide it on down. Let's not even worry about that. That'll
Um
that's not
thank
today's
you.
problem. That's tomorrow's.
Thank you, Giovanni. And to answer your question, I would be ecstatic because I love Jerzon Newton. I have loved him for you can ask Jake. I have loved Jerzon Newton for a long time. A couple years now. I told Jake, I said, watch out for him because my family is Illinois football fans, so I've watched him and I would be very, very pleased if we took him. Thank you so much, Frank.
Thank
We
you,
appreciate
Frank.
you. Enjoying having you watching
And
us.
thank you, Giovanni. I forgot to
Um,
mention. And
the
Bobby.
Bengals took Mims. The Bengals took Mims. I'm literally so nervous. My words and my vowels are all just like doing this right now. But the Bengals took Amarius Mims. Guys, the Rams are on the clock. The Rams are
Rams
on
on
the
the clock.
clock. Is anybody else sweating and feeling like they're having heart palpitations? Because I am. I am nervous. My hands are sweating. I should like I shouldn't be admitting this right now to 1100 people, but I am nervous, guys. What I'm going to do, I'm going to pull up Twitter.
Crazy.
I'm pulling up Twitter. Rams are on the clock. If you guys see anything before we do, as always, please drop it in the chat because we're running a lot of different screens right now. So Jake, if everybody in the chat, you guys drop all right now who you want the Rams to take. Jake, what are you doing right here if you're the Rams, picking at 19 with the way this draft has fallen so far?
I would take Chop here. But I think this is Fashanu, or, this could also potentially be Tyler Guyton, who I also really like. So I think there's a chance any one of those guys. Verse is also here. I'll say it's one of those 5 that I mentioned.
I think it's going to be Verse or Chop. Honestly, so I like Verse is my number one edge in the class, right? But we do know that the Rams have met extensively with Chop Robinson, so I would almost be inclined to say they take Chop over Verse for that reason. Like I said, I think that, I would take Verse, but I think it's going to be Verse or Chop. Could be Fashanu. It could be Brian Thomas Jr. Would not be shocked at all if they went receiver with Brian Thomas still there. Peter, thank you so much. And he said, "Go New York Rangers." I'm a Blues fan, but I respect the Rangers, so I'll cheer them on for you, Peter.
I'm very curious to see where they go.
Ooh, everybody thinks they're trading down because it's taking too long, but in the eyes of the NFL, it's not because they're very behind.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Right now, I mean, the Bengals are still on the clock, according to.
If Thank you, Tim. That's very kind of you. Thank you for the donation. Listen, if the Rams took Jared Verse or Jerzon Newton right now, I would just be ecstatic. And I'm seeing the chat, but I think you guys are trolling me, so I am not biting. I'm not biting yet because I haven't seen confirmation. I haven't seen confirmation. So, ooh, I'm nervous. I'm nervous. What do they do, guys? What do they do? 1,200 of you guys. Thank you so much. We just hit a high of viewers for tonight, guys. That is amazing. Appreciate all of you guys who are watching with us. I don't know if you guys are as nervous as we are. I still don't see a pick.
Like everyone is dead quiet. I have radio silence.
They could be trying to trade back. For all we know.
I think that is definitely a possibility.
Ooh, I'm nervous. I am nervous. I'm gonna stop saying that, but I'm just someone in the chat. Wait, yes, I'm stressing as well.
Okay, the Rams just went on the clock.
Yeah,
their social media. So
yeah, it is interesting how the pick is in.
What?
I don't know. People are saying the pick is in, but what? How do they know that? I don't know that that's confirmed, but it is very interesting to see every year how everybody's timeline between NFL Network, ESPN, and the internet is all off. So,
yeah.
Deep breaths, everybody. Deep breaths.
I wish I had my watch on. I could measure my heart rate what the moment it came on. Let's see. Man. If they stay, my shadow draft, which I am going to do, by the way, I did remember. No. Her connection went out. I would take Chop personally. Hopefully she comes back. You literally called that. You said it. You're like, my connection is going to drop as soon as the Rams go on. Like,
I literally knew. And you know what is a weird, something popped up and it was like Facebook syncing off. And I was like, I'm not syncing to Facebook. I don't know what's going on, StreamYard. I'm back. I'm sorry, guys. Apparently I don't know what's happening. Okay. But the pick isn't in, right? I didn't miss it.
I like nothing happened.
Okay.
Like, I just,
all right.
yeah.
Ooh. I got nervous. I was like, I'm going to come back and the chat's going to be freaking out. The Rams did tweet that they're on the clock, so that makes me feel like maybe they know they're making the pick. Is that safe?
I'm literally not hearing anything. Oh no, did we lose you again? I'm trying to find something out. Oh man.
Did I miss it?
What the hell? No, you didn't miss it. I haven't seen a pick yet.
Okay. You know what? I don't know I keep getting some message from our streaming service talking about a Facebook sync. I don't know what that means. So I'm sorry, guys. I thought maybe it was my Wi-Fi, but whatever. All right. I'm sorry, guys.
Matrix got
sorry.
Alexis. Yep, it's always the
I
Matrix. Damn
there's
Matrix.
there's something going on with a sync or something. I apologize. I'm back. Still nervous.
The Rams have taken Jared Verse.
Let's go. Let's go. I cannot. I mean, I can believe
Albany
it.
To the Rams. How about that? Man.
The Rams have drafted Jared Verse. Wow. Okay. Guys, that was who I wanted. That's my number one edge in the class. And thank you, Chuck. I just, wow. Wow. I cannot believe, I mean, I can believe it, but I can't. I mean,
so
just incredible.
Yeah. So I mean, let's talk about this because, you know, like I had Jared Verse, my number 2 edge defender. Verse is not your stereotypical, 6'6" pass rusher. I mean, this is somebody who, measured a little bit shorter than, you would have expected. I mean, 6'3", 254. But what have I always said? The Rams don't care about size. So here's what you're getting with Jared Verse. You're getting somebody who is a fantastic athlete. I mean, he actually jumped. He had a 40.5-inch vert. Okay. He also has a 1.61 10-yard split. So, I think when you look at a guy like Verse, I mean, this is somebody that, is really going to be a problem, at the next level. And just, I think when you need a pass rusher, okay, when one falls in your lap at 19, I have no issue with them taking him here. I had other guys that maybe I would have taken, but I think Verse comes out immediately disruptive. He's going to be somebody that can really help you out because, he's very explosive and he's powerful. And, I kind of thought he reminded me a little bit of Dante Fowler Jr., but I think he has a little bit more power than Dante Fowler Jr. So, I think he's still, he's still a little bit of a work in progress, as all these prospects are for the most part. But versus somebody at one point that was, projected to go in the top 10. Now they get him here. I like the pick. I like the pick. Jared Verse starts day one. You have a day one starter. I don't think maybe they didn't think he'd fall to 19. But Jared Verse is an LA Ram, and I am not at all complaining.
I am ecstatic, guys. This is who I've wanted for a long time. Again, my number 1 edge in the class.
We had this in our first mock draft that we did.
Yes, thank you, Mom. I appreciate you still watching. Thank you, Anthony. Listen, he's so athletic. He has so much power. He's so agile. He's so fun to watch. I'm watching him now on NFL Network. He is so happy, obviously, to be a Ram. But guys, this just is basically so needed. Listen, the Rams struggled last season pressuring the quarterback. It's not a secret. We have some really promising young rookies, Byron Young, I mean, Kobe Turner, obviously, on the inside, but it was really just kind of unacceptable, just the lack of pressure to get to the quarterback. And it was a very obvious struggle for us. I'm very happy that we have gone edge. This is who I took in our first Downtown Rams mock draft, Jake, the first one we did. I traded up for Jared Verse. And you traded back into the first to also take Chop Robinson. So
hey, anything's possible, right? They did try to trade down here. They ultimately decided to go with Jared Verse, who fell into their lap, one of their favorite players in the draft. So I mean, I like the pick. I think this is somebody that instantly, again, can start right away. And we can start, reaping the rewards of having a guy like Michael Hoyt as, a backup, as a rotational guy. He's a good player, but, obviously you want a little bit more, out of your guy. And I think Verse offers that. I think, that's how I feel. So.
Well, real quick, shout out to ID89. Thank you so much. We really, really appreciate it. Says that he really wanted Bowers, but having a top edge prospect in the first round without trading is pretty darn sweet. Welcome, Jared Verse. We agree. Hey, I mean, the fact the Rams didn't have to trade up for him is just incredible. As you said, so totally on the same page. Thank you so much for the donation. Thank you, El Priscat. He said, "Do we trade back up for another defender?"
Wait,
hey,
did I just miss something? I definitely just missed something. I didn't process that all the way.
ID89's donation up.
ID89, 119.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so
zoned
much.
Out.
I was
yes.
Well. Remember, 8 hours and 4 days that I've slept.
Yeah.
Really wanted Bowers, but having a top edge prospect in the first round without trading is pretty darn sweet. Round 1, pick 19, Jared Verse. Welcome to the Rams. Hey, I'm excited. Let's bring it on.
And El Priscat, thank you for your donation. Do we trade back up for another defender? Hey, if they watch the first Downtown Rams mock draft, we just might. Because this is going exactly how that went so far with Jared Verse, except we didn't trade up for him. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on comments. Ooh, okay. Well, I guess now, so the Rams have made their pick. Someone keeps bringing up Stafford news. Am I missing something? Did news come out about Stafford during the drafts? Because I have not seen that. So Pittsburgh's on the clock. The pick is in, Jake. And now for Rams fans, we have the conversation. Do we trade back into the first round? And if so, what does that look like?
I think there's definitely a realistic possibility that they could trade back into the first. They didn't use any of their draft capital, which we had already said they would. They didn't use any of their draft capital to get into the first round, or move up in the first round. So, yeah, I think they could. I'm not saying they will, but I think if they do, they're probably targeting an offensive lineman if they do that, or a wide receiver. Troy Fashanu just went to the Steelers. Okay, so that's a good pick. Can play guard, can play tackle.
Yep, I like that pick for them. Thank you so much, Donald. Really appreciate the donation. It's very, very kind of you.
Yes, thank you, Donald.
Nico, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. He said, "I missed your reaction. We'll have to see it later." In synopsis, it was basically
Thank you, Nico.
Disassociating, being super excited because I really wanted us to take Jared Verse, and we were both very happy about it. So thank you so much. That is so kind of you. I guess the Stafford news is Stafford wants to rework his contract. Is that confirmed?
It is confirmed. He wants he wants more guaranteed money. So that could be something, that could be him. Maybe he tacks on another year. I think it means he wants to stick around is what I think it means. But
yeah, I think that indicates he wants to play longer, in my opinion. Thank you so much, Jeffrey. Much, Anthony.
Oh no, tell me we didn't just lose her again. Appreciate you, Anthony. Thank you, Jeff.
Yes. Thank you so much, Jeff. I'm sorry I just lost connection. Thank you guys so much for these comments. Very, very kind. Very, very kind. Verse and Horns. Yes, he is. I am ecstatic. I still, like I said, I'm not surprised, but I am. Like I so happy. Thank you, SoCal Ram. I do like Braden Fisk. That's who he's mentioning. He's an interior defensive lineman, I believe. So the Steelers took Fashanu. So that means that Miami is on the clock. I think Miami is going to take Jerzon Newton personally. Thank you so much, Deb, for your donation. We really appreciate you and your
Thank you,
support.
Deb.
Very,
Yeah,
very kind supporter.
I wanted Chop as well. But I really like first, so I'm not complaining. Definitely far from upset about that. I'm surprised some of the teams that passed him up, to be honest with you. I'm just trying to find.
I just think the way that this draft fell for defenders was just not favorable. Teams really wanted their offensive guys, like you mentioned, the quarterbacks that they wanted them.
Don't get me started.
The receiver, Darren, yes, you are right. Kyron did pan out, and I think Jared Verse will too, should he stay healthy. Thank you so much for your donation. Appreciate it. Very, very kind. I think we will keep Atwell as of now. I don't foresee any reason the Rams trade him as of right now based on what we've seen so far. Still 1,100 strong. Thank you guys so much. Very, very kind and very, very happy to see you guys here. I'm going to pull up Twitter real quick, see if we can get an insight on who the Dolphins have picked. I don't see that their pick is in yet. Quentin, thank you so much for your donation. That is very, very kind. Go Rams. Daryl, thank you so much. He asked Jake a question. He said, Jake, do you think Aaron Donald told Les Snead and McVay to pick Jared Verse, or maybe he helped recruit him?
I don't think so. But I mean, maybe he had something to do with it. But I think he's just somebody that, they liked and,
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no, appreciate that, A-Dog.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Joe. And thank you, Ascending Keys.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Quintana. Boofy, thank you.
Thank you from Hawaii, Kevin. Oh, I'm so jealous.
Thank you, Nico.
Thank you so much, Nico. That is so kind. I am happy as well. Someone brought up a good point. Quinyon Mitchell is still on the board. That is surprising. Yeah, just the way this draft is falling for defenders is not favorable if you want to be a higher pick. But, just for whatever reason, that's what's happening. All right, guys, I'm trying to see if I can find out information on this Miami pick. If you guys have seen it, please let us know, but I don't believe they've made a pick yet. I don't see anything on it. MX Master, thank you so much. That is
thank
very,
you,
very
MX
kind.
Master. Appreciate
you. Very kind. Hey, all good, Nico. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for your support. It's very, very kind. Hawaii in the house. Man, I want to go to Hawaii.
I don't know if did we really break down the Verse pick though? I know we reacted to it, but I feel like we owe people a little bit more of a breakdown. Maybe we did it. I don't know.
I kind of my mind just went like
that's static, my thing. So, like we were like, oh, okay.
So yeah, what do you want to
Yeah, I mean, I just I just want to say that, what you're getting in Verse though, he is a workhorse. This is a guy, you talk about motor and, running hot and cold. Well, his motor doesn't run cold. I can tell you that. He is a, high motor player, violent hands. Okay. This is somebody that, he has so much pop, behind his pads. Like, I'm really excited to see him. Very powerful. But he also ran in the 4.5. So he's a great athlete. And yeah, I'm really excited for him. I am.
Thank you, Craig.
Thanks, Craig. It's different when you already know the guy's going to the team because, maybe you have your preferences, but now that it's real, Now that Verse is officially a Ram, you can kind of feel like, okay, like this, and especially you, because that was your guy.
Yeah.
And you got hate for it because people were like, well, why would you pass up Latu for Verse? Well, I'm
Yeah,
here to tell you guys, Alexis is not alone in that. I not only would have passed up Latu for Verse, but the Rams would have passed up Latu for Verse. I can tell you that without any sort of doubt in my mind.
I agree with you because of what you've told me that you heard. And like I said, he was my number one edge in the draft, so I am ecstatic that the Rams were able to get him at 19. Thank you so much, Brian, for your donation. I'm looking right now to see if Miami's pick is in. I don't see it. If you guys see it, please let us know. Thank you, Trey. I'm seeing the Dolphins have taken Chop.
They took Chop Robinson?
Yeah, so they're not trading back in the first for Chop. So our first mock draft is not coming to be. Leroy also liked Jared Verse. That was also his pick. So you also are probably in cloud 9, Leroy. What's up, Paul?
I like the pick for them. I think it makes a lot of sense.
We did acknowledge it, I believe, Nico's donation. I think he made 2.
Yes.
2 of that size, which is insane. Thank you so much, Nico. Who I believe, Nico, correct me if I'm wrong, you said that you were watching from Mexico, which is also like a beautiful place. Like we got Hawaii, we've got Mexico in here. I'm over here freezing in Chicago, just jealous of everybody. Ooh, so many comments. I am surprised no corner has been taken yet, to answer Flo's question. So now that Miami is picked, Steven, thank you. He donated to the Pineapple Pizza Fund. That is so close to my heart. You know me so well. And I appreciate you. And I will be eating that pizza on Saturday, whether everybody likes it or not, because that's what I do every year.
Let's see here.
So the Stafford news was that he is wanting his contract reworked. He wants more guaranteed money.
So Alex, gift your reaction to Jared Verse. So I'm going to send that to you.
Send it to me.
See, Alex is awesome. I ask Alex to screen record these when they pick, and already
Zach,
sent me.
Sorry, I meant to highlight Zach's.
Already sent me.
There's no amount of money in the world because I've upgraded everything, and for whatever reason, there's something that just, I like to tell myself that I have a friendly ghost that just likes to mess with me, and that's why my
one thing is, while I want to upload this MP4 right now, I also don't want to get kicked.
Oh, right. Thank you so much, Lewis, for donating. He said 3-3-5 defense in the Rams' near future. I don't know. What do you think, Jake?
What do I think about what? Sorry, I was listening to the video.
The question on the screen, 3-3-5 defense in the Rams' future.
I wouldn't rule out anything with them. They have a chance to retool their defense, rework their defense, do things a little bit differently now that Aaron Donald is gone. So I wouldn't rule anything out, if I'm being honest. That's what I would say.
Ruiz, you're right. You are right. Thank you so much for your donation as well. Windows laptop. Ugh, I don't think I could do it. I've been on Apple for almost 10 years now. I do love it, but there is something that That is very weird. Michael, thank you so much. He asked, what are guesses for the next pick? 3 guesses. So Philadelphia, Jacksonville, Dallas. I think Philadelphia is going to go Quinyon Mitchell. I think Jacksonville is going to go... Ooh, I don't know. You know what? I think Jacksonville is going to go Cooper DeJean, and I think Dallas is going to go Brian Thomas Jr. I could be going 0 for 3 there. I have no knowledge, but I don't know. Jake, what do you think?
I mean, so who the Eagles pick? Oh, okay. So you're saying the next 3. Okay.
Yeah, so the Eagles, Jacksonville.
So the Eagles haven't picked yet. So the Eagles, I think, are going to go with Fashanu. Oh, no, he already went. So they're going to go with, I could see him go with Guyton. And then I could see the Jaguars taking a corner. I'll say Mitchell. And then at 24, the Cowboys, they're going to take Jackson Powers Johnson, I think.
That would make sense for them. You're right, John. Retweet.
Let's see here.
Okay, let's see. So Christian, I don't think they take a new center because they took a center already last year. They took Cam Jurgens, who I think is going to replace Kelsey, to answer that question. Thank you so much, Johan. He has a question for Jake. He said, Jake, what are we doing, man? If none of our guys were on the board, why are we picking? There were no tackles or elite edges left. McVay isn't even happy.
I think they really liked Verse. I don't think they thought he would fall there, and so they wanted to trade down. But since when he made it past the Bengals, they were like, okay, we're gonna trade up, or we're gonna make the pick. So I think that's, that was the thought process behind it.
Yeah, I think the Rams were probably very ecstatic that Verse fell to 19. I mean, everybody's saying they looked happy. I thought they looked happy as well. Battletune, that is interesting that he thinks the Rams should trade up and take Johnny Newton. I don't think the Rams will do that. But that would be interesting. I just kind of, my thing, listen, I liked Newton. And well, I like Newton. I just could see where the Rams might not want to spend a first on an interior defensive lineman because of the talent we have. Nolan, I am happy too. I am ecstatic. I still am like, I can't believe that he fell to 19. Thank you, Mike, for your donation. And he asked any thoughts on which positions the Rams prioritize on day 2. So, well,
wide receiver and tackle, maybe.
Yeah, I've got to say probably offensive tackle or wide receiver as well. I could see, I don't know who I would take, but like inside linebacker maybe. Also, I would love for them to get like Mike Sanderstill, the corner out of Michigan. I'm sorry. I'm obsessed with him as a prospect, and I know a lot of people are like the Rams aren't going to go secondary that early, but I really think they still could, if I'm being honest. Brian Thomas Jr. still is out there. He has not been drafted. Trying to see. The Eagles took Quinyon Mitchell.
It's a good pick.
That was what I just predicted, right, guys? You have to I've already forgotten when someone asked that question. I think I said Eagles, Quinyon Mitchell, Jacksonville, Cooper DeJean, and Dallas, Brian Thomas Jr. But you know what? I forgot that Terrion Arnold is still available. My mind is all scrambled. So, Edwin, by the way, your profile picture, Sire, I love that album, and Jake can vouch for me. I'm a huge Jayden fan. And Sire Eris is the second album, which I got Jake into, who also loved that album. So, very good choice for a profile picture there. Rams fan from Sydney, Australia. Very cool. Never been to Australia, sadly. Would love to go. It looks beautiful.
Man, I can't wait to watch Jared Verse with Byron Young.
Ooh, I used to pray for times like this. Like, when's the last time we had, well, actually, I guess kind of recently. I was gonna say two edge rushers. I mean, my mind, I guess, goes to Von Miller, and I'm blanking on his name. Rashawn, I agree. I mean, listen, it seemed dark. It started to seem dark because everyone that we had heard that the Rams really wanted started to go. But again, to end up with Jared Verse at 19 is insane. And I do believe that the Rams really liked him a lot. Thank you so much, Noah. We appreciate the donation. He said there were so many good options, even Troy F. How do you feel about passing on him in particular? I mean, I obviously really wanted Verse, so I'm fine with it. I think the Rams, again, I think Verse was someone who the Rams wanted, but just truly didn't think would be there. So I think that's probably why they passed on Troy. Christopher said, Jake, can Verse play coverage?
He has the athleticism to drop into coverage. I mean,
that's I was about to say. I wasn't sure where that question was going, if that was like a Michael Hoyt thing, because we keep seeing Hoyt in coverage.
Yeah, no, he has the athleticism to drop into coverage. But I mean, what you're getting is a guy with, he's got a really good, get off power, run support. I think he could be really good against the run. Yeah, I mean, I don't see him as somebody that's going to be dominant, dropping back into coverage. It's not to say he can't do it, but
I don't think we draft a quarterback, T. Because Stetson Bennett's coming back. We signed Jimmy G. So I don't see it. Juan from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Hello. Again, another cool place that I haven't been. Get FOMO just seeing all you guys in all these cool places. All right, let's see if Jacksonville, is it just me, or have these just started coming in slower and slower? You guys just see what the Rams tweeted? You guys just see what the Rams tweeted?
What they tweet?
A picture of Les Snead and then the quote, make them picks.
Oh my God.
A+ tweet, no notes. Brian in Fresno, California, another place I have not been.
I also want to say that Jared Verse was a very safe pick at 19.
Yeah, it's going to be hard again unless he gets injured, which obviously pray that doesn't happen. I think it's hard to go wrong with him.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it was a very good pick. But he's also got the talent to back it up. So he's not just safe, he's also elite and explosive.
That's the
Ascending
thing.
Keys, STL represent.
I was actually really surprised when I saw they ran a 4.58. I was like, what? Insane. But he was my number one. Like, he wasn't my number one edge, but he was my number one fit for the Rams. I don't know if you saw my list. Chop was 2. But I went based on who I thought would fit the Rams the best. And Verse actually was my number one fit.
Someone said, do you think he's a 17 sack guy? Hey, I hope he is. Thank you so much, Noah. He said, now where and how are we going to trade back in? I mean, I don't think we do, but we might. Can't rule it out. Another person from St. Louis. What's up, Kendall? STL represent. Ooh, did Jacksonville take Brian Thomas Jr.?
That sounds about right.
Yep. Okay. There we go. All right. Well, I know that was someone that a lot of Rams fans wanted as well.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Mike, for your donation. That is very kind.
I just copy and pasted that tweet, so I don't actually care that Trevor Lawrence is getting a weapon. Oh, man.
Presenting the Rams in Tennessee. That's up. California, Canada. Another place I've never been. Yes, like Rush said, please hit the like while you're here. We'd really appreciate it. Guys, we are still 960 strong. That is insane. Really appreciate it. I mean, the Rams have already made their pick and you guys are still here. So we know that the Jaguars have picked Brian Thomas Jr. So now we got Dallas, Green Bay, and Tampa up, the next 3. I'm thinking Dallas goes... I don't know, actually. Angel from the High Desert. Albert from Brawley. Why do I hate you? What did you say something and I missed it? I'm sorry. Where are you from? I'll read it out loud. I didn't see what you said. Bobby in Kentucky. Christopher in Atlanta. I'm sorry, guys. My connection, of course, is like dropping out now. Someone from Virginia. King Ben from Mars. I'm not sure I believe you.
I think
Lindsay in Montana. Downtown Rams for life.
Hey, there we
Hell
go.
yeah.
By the
Amen.
way, folks, you can get your Downtown Rams hats, embroidered logo, the DTR logo, It's now on the shop, and you can get it right below this video. So if you want to represent, you want a hat, I now have them on sale. It took forever to find because I'm very picky about vendors, and we've gotten hats in the past and they were spotty. This vendor is quality. Fourth wall, they're great. So I just started working with them. And if you want to grab a DTR hat, you can do so. You could also grab all other DTR merchandise and my just Jake Ellenbogen merchandise all below, in the shopping section of the video. So if not, no big deal. But just want to let you guys know I'm the worst merchandise promoter of all time, Alexis. So we're getting better. We're getting better over here.
That is true. Karen from St. Louis as well, STL for life. And then I've got Joe from Chicago. I now live in Chicago. So we've got St. Louis and Chicago representing, somebody from Texas. We had Ohio, Pearl City, Hawaii. Oh my God, everybody here lives in Hawaii. When is everybody going to invite me? I want to go hang out in Hawaii. Sorry if I missed. I feel like somebody else said earlier where they were from, and I missed it. And then
can you highlight big guy for me? That comment.
I will in a second, but first,
thank you, Kevin. Thank you.
Thank you so much. See, he's Hawaiian and he appreciates my Hawaiian pizza. So all of you remember that when you give me trouble for that. Okay, who am I? I'm looking for big guy.
Yes. It starts with Jake.
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing it. I'm so behind in the comments. Big guy, can you resend what you sent so I can find it? Albert in Alaska. I've been to Kona, Hawaii before, but I would love to go back if anybody can just like let me stay with you because it's very expensive.
Jake, what's the scenario for the rest of the night? What would you like to see? Thank you. You literally reminded me why I started talking. I have a plan here that I want the Rams to go after. Since Chop is gone, right? And Fashanu went to the Jets, my mock in the first round's dead. But I love the verse pick, getting edge, and I feel like he was arguably the best player available. I think they should trade back into the first and get Tyler Guyton. And the reason being is because, first off, he's my 5th overall offensive tackle, best on the board left over. So he'll probably go right now. But anyway, in case he doesn't go, I want them to trade up, get ahead of the 49ers because they need a tackle. And I think they should get Tyler Guyton. This is somebody that can play, day one. I think he can play, but he doesn't have to. He's got tremendous upside, probably one of the highest upside, tackles in this draft. 6'8", 330 pounds, quickest feet you'll see from a tackle. I would love to go after somebody like him right now. That's what
I could see it.
I want them to get a tackle.
And real quick, Dominic from STL. Hi, how are you? He said, please say hi to my wife, Erin. We are watching together. Hi, Erin. Hi, Dominic.
Hi, Erin.
Thank you so much for watching us. I'm from St. Louis. Whereabouts are you from? That's the most St. Louis thing I can ask. People from St. Louis know. If you know, you know. Where are you from? Where did you go to high school? Tell me everything. That's how I can know where everybody's from. Okay, I'm sorry guys. I'm scrolling through these comments. Thank you so much for the donation. Downtown Rams G-strings win. I'll buy 5. Never. Unless somebody else wants to design them and distribute them.
Wow.
That would be funny. Thailand, thank you. Again, beautiful. God, all of you live in such beautiful places. See, Nathan knows. Where'd you go to high school? Y'all from St. Louis. I went to Eureka High School, baby. Go Wildcats. That's where I went. I'm from Wildwood, Missouri. Paul Charles from Riverside, California. Lonnie from St. Louis, but behind enemy lines in Arizona. My grandma is named Lonnie. She is from St. Louis and now she lives in Arizona. Grandma, are you watching? Is this my grandma? Is this what's happening right now? From St. Louis. Another person from Hawaii, Nevada, Kansas.
Hey.
All right, I got to scroll all the way back down. So the Cowboys are trading down. Detroit has traded up. Mario, thank you. Yes, I do have a YouTube. If you guys want to go subscribe, that would be very, very
please
kind
do.
of you.
Please do.
Jake's bad at promoting merch, and I'm bad at promoting my channel. So we need to work on that.
That is great.
Thousand Oaks. Okay, Kenneth is from Cahokia High. I know where that is. Brad, I know where Parkway South is. I used to have soccer practice there for my club team every week. Akura, I am from St. Louis. Jake is not. Jake is from New York.
I think the
Craig,
Lions are
DTR
taking
coffee
a
mug.
cornerback. DTR
think
coffee
they are
mug is
too.
on there. So yeah, if you want to
Yep.
get a DTR, see, I'm the worst promoter. Yeah, it's on there. You can just go and get it. Like I don't have the magic flavor or touch.
Automatic Mark is from Rockwood Summit, one of my rival schools in my district. Although Rockwood Summit, like, I thought everybody there is cool. Lonnie, CBC. Lonnie, I used to have soccer practices also at CBC's field, and when I played in college, I played soccer for Missouri Baptist University while we
Arnold's
were building.
The pick.
It's Arnold? Okay, that makes total sense for them, actually. Anyways, when I played college soccer, I practiced there. Kirkwood, I know where that is. LA, of course, so many people from LA. All right, I just wanted to make sure everybody got their hometown shout out on the screen. I think I found everybody. So I apologize if I missed you.
That wasn't supposed to happen. Are we serious right now? God. It didn't work in the ticker. It literally showed it up as a thing.
Jack from Springfield's. Joey, thank you so much. He said Dominic Puny, Wingo Day 2 picks. Thoughts?
Pony.
Hey, Jake is a Kansas fan. For all you St. Louis people, Dominic Puny is from St. Louis. So we would all be very happy with that pick. I think he's also very versatile. He's another guy that can play multiple positions on the offensive line. And
this
then
is true.
Mekai Wingo, defensive lineman from LSU. Very good pick.
I missed that. Yeah, I love both of them. So I'd be very happy with either.
Very good. Very good pick. Dominic, okay. Wine Country, Washington. Dominic, if you know, I don't want to say specifically the neighborhood where I'm from for privacy reasons because my dad still lives there. But I literally lived off of, not directly off of, but basically off of Highway T. So if you were to take Highway T to Washington, that's like the area where I lived. So I'll say that. But yeah, went to high school in Eureka. So that's very close. Hello from Pasadena. Hello from Vegas. Hello from East LA. Hello from St. Louis. I know exactly where Dardine Prairie, my ex-boyfriend in high school, lived right near there.
Nice.
Now you're in Arizona. Ram DeLorean, thank you so much for the donation. They said, are you guys coming to SoFi this year? And would you do a meet and greet? Also hit the South Bay of LA and get them true Cali
I'm planning
vibes.
on it.
We are planning on it. I definitely want to go. If we go, we definitely want to do a meet and greet. That's why I'm so excited for the schedule to come out so we can start like putting that plan into action.
Yes, I'm very excited for the schedule to come out.
Hey, another person from STL. North County. Oxnard. Toledo, Ohio. Ferguson. Season ticket member of the Rams. Very awesome. Sean, also from St. Louis, went to Kirkwood.
By the way, cool. I want to say something
Toronto. What's that?
So you might not know this because I don't think you have access to it. We've had 6,705 views So to reference, okay, just to reference things. Last year, our day one stream had 3,414 views.
So we've doubled it.
We have
Wow,
doubled it.
you guys
And I'll go back.
Are phenomenal.
I'll go back to the draft last year, or the 2 years ago, 2,131. So this is massive growth. We literally doubled it. And obviously, thank you to the Rams for keeping your freaking pick in the first round.
Yes.
But thank you to you guys, because again, we would not be growing at this rate without you guys. And
exactly,
it's been fun.
I appreciate it, and I want to give Jake a shout out real quick, because this all stems from the hard work that Jake has put in on his YouTube, and just the amazing quality of work that he does. So I want to acknowledge that, because this would not be happening without that. So
thanks.
We appreciate you, Jake, and everything that you do. I'm going through trying to highlight where everybody is from, because I think that's so cool, and I love hearing about where people are from.
Yeah.
So if I'm not reading it, I am reading it. I'm just not verbally saying it, so I can put it on the screen. Thank you so much, Sean.
Wow. Packers took Jordan Morgan out of Arizona.
You know
I thought they would have gone with Guyton.
Yeah, I don't hate that pick. It does feel a little high, but again, if that's your guy and you like him, someone from Puerto Rico, hello. Another beautiful place.
I think I agree. If it's your guy, like there's going to be all different flavors for different teams and whatnot.
Yeah.
You know, there's some teams that are boneheaded and will take Bo Nix at 12 and Penix at 8. I'm not getting over this shit. I'm not doing it.
No, I mean, hey, the Penix pick is just, I mean, both of them are bad, but especially Penix.
That is just atrocious. And it's not that he's bad, but.
What do y'all prefer at meet and greet? Hugs, dap up, or handshake? I don't, I mean, I will hug people. That's usually what I do. I feel the love. I'll do whatever, though. Are people from STL still not supporting the Rams? Definitely a lot are. I mean, in this chat, we have had so many people from STL in this chat watching. So I think it's pretty much just hit or miss. As Charles said, STL, Kyron Williams' hometown. Yes, it is, baby. STL, born and raised. So yeah, definitely people they're still cheering on the Rams. Ooh, imagine growing up by Disneyland. Very lucky, Viking Night.
The Rams are actively trying to trade back into the first.
They are?
Well, yeah, we'll monitor that. They're calling teams. They want to get back in the first round.
All right, guys, who do you think?
And this is why you come to this live stream.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're not getting that anywhere else. But also, you guys are great. I don't, I don't take you guys for granted. Trust me.
Liberty, I was in the Ozarks a couple years ago, for a bachelorette weekend, and it was a good time. Okay, guys. Some people are saying Jerzon Newton. See someone saying Worthy.
Oh, Xavier Worthy. You know, that would be interesting.
You know what? That was another person we took in that first mock. That's who I took in the second.
If I
hit on Verse and Worthy, that
they watched our video clearly.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know what else to say.
Someone said Adonai Mitchell. I don't see that as much as Worthy, just based on the Rams' needs.
Let me reset my PFF board because I wanna see. Because I want to see who's available, right? So Cooper DeJean, Jerzon Newton, Adonai Mitchell, Graham Barton, Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Jackson Powers Johnson, Troy Franklin. I think out of all these guys, they have Guyton rated way down here, which I don't get.
So Tampa's on the clock, by the way, guys.
Tampa, I kept saying this is where Verse was going. I had a feeling he was going to go to, or Chop. They're both gone, and Latu's gone. So not really sure. I don't think there's an edge defender worth a first round pick available. Adisa Isaac would be the best available according to PFF.
So Kendall, Chop went to Miami.
Jerzon Newton, they don't need an interior defensive lineman. Oh, this is gonna be a center. This has got to be a center. They need an interior so bad. I'm looking at their depth chart.
Yeah, it's gonna be Jackson Powers.
Well, it's either him or it's Graham Barton, who could play center, guard, and tackle.
Graham is such an interesting prospect because I see so many people get like, no, he's a tackle.
He's so polarizing.
It's like he's just so like you never know.
That's true. But I mean,
so if the Rams trade in, guys, I think it would be for like Xavier Worthy or Tyler Guyton. It could be for
I want Guyton.
Newton. Carmichael, California, represent.
I mean, look, I wouldn't be shocked if they traded back in and got Jerzon Newton. I wouldn't be shocked. They invested in the offense. They invested in the defense. But I also wouldn't be shocked if they went cornerback as well, just because of who's available. Like, I could see Cooper DeJean now. I could see Kool-Aid McKinstry. But they are trying to trade back in the first. Whether or not they can do it, I don't know. They tried to trade all day from pick 8 all the way down. So I want Guyton. I don't really think it's remotely close for me.
The Buccaneers took Graham Barton.
Okay, we talked about that. It was Graham Barton. I think I agreed. So, no, we talked about center, but I was saying I think Graham Barton over Jackson Powers Johnson. So I like the pick. It's a good pick for them. Makes a lot of sense.
Am I wearing an Alaska coat? No, I'm wearing a Rams.
I read that as an elastic coat. I was like, what the hell is an elastic coat? I'm wearing
just a Rams hoodie. Northern Pennsylvania Rams fan, fairly close to Jake, East Coast Rams. Paul, we are waiting to find to hear Arizona's next pick. They are on the clock. The Bucks just took Graham Barton.
Graham Barton. He's really good though. Like, he could have gone earlier.
I don't know what Arizona. You know what? I could see Arizona taking Jerzon Newton.
Fair. I mean, based on my board, where I thought I was really high on Barton. Maybe I wasn't. I had him. I can't read. Oh, okay. I had him 23rd. Where did you just go? 25th? 26th. Okay. Yeah, I had him at 23rd. Jared Verse was my 13th player in the draft behind Latu. But when they got him, he was the second best player on the board, third best player on the board for me. Chop Robinson, Adonai Mitchell, Jared Verse, top 3 when they picked. So,
well, we're still waiting. And I've just been looking at Twitter, honestly, because NFL Network and ESPN are behind. But
Twitter's kind of slow as well.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen Arizona's pick.
Saw another tweet about Penix. That move, and I shouldn't be upset because Verse fell into their lap. He's a great pick. It's just what could have been with Bowers. It's just I am still frustrated by that.
I get it, but I didn't listen. And I like Bowers. I didn't want the Rams to go Bowers because I felt like a position like edge just was so much more beneficial to this team. And I know everyone's like Bowers, 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 but for me, I was like, you're contending, and we have Michael Hoyt starting at edge for us right now, and I just, I didn't like that.
The one thing I didn't like about Verse is that he's going to be 24 soon. So once again, an older pass rusher. Byron Young's going to be 26 this year, but that's the only issue. It's not too big.
Yeah, I mean, we will see. Timothy, I know exactly where Skokie, Illinois is. I live in Chicago, right there, basically part of Chicago, I would say Skokie is. I'm not seeing the Cardinals pick, guys, yet. So if you see it, feel free to let us know. While you're at it, if you don't follow Jake and I on Twitter, you should go follow us so we can keep talking about the draft even when it's over. So definitely go do that. Syracuse. Guys, still 760 of you, and now we're all anxiously awaiting to see if the Rams do in fact trade into the first.
That's crazy. 760. Wow.
And we still don't
We broke
see Arizona's
7,000
pick.
views.
Dominic, yes, I was. Not in years, but when I lived in St. Louis, yes. Arizona took Darius Robinson.
I literally had that in my
confirmed?
mock draft.
I think I did at one point as well. I like Darius Robinson a lot. Actually, I think that I thought he might slide because I just felt like because he went to Mizzou, he wouldn't be like, I don't know. I didn't think he was going to go in the first round, but then I eventually was like, he's getting so much hype and he's tested well that maybe he will go in the first. So good for Arizona. And that addresses a need for them too.
Yeah. I think I hit on my Graham Barton bet. I got him at such good value, like it over under 21. I'm pretty sure I hit on it.
I haven't even checked.
I'm like looking right now.
I think we should stay put right now in the second round, personally. I guess I can't answer that until we see how the rest of this shakes out. We need
I
to
would
see who
trade for
Buffalo.
Guyton because I don't think he's going to fall into the lap.
Let's see if we can find out what Buffalo is doing.
Oh, wait, I already hit. So I won.
I don't know what Buffalo's doing. I don't see
I
it
took
yet.
the over on Byron Murphy. And I won that. Because it was 13.5. I went over plus 195. I lost at every other bet because I was just taking like, risks and stuff. And then and then I hit on Barton. So pretty cool. Damn. How about that?
I'm with Abigail. Let's see the trade.
I want the trade.
Kean Coleman available. That's right. Thank you, Alex. That's very kind.
Absolutely. Alex, you're the reason we were able to put up a video. Put up Alexis' reaction.
Yeah, you sent it to me, Jake, but it came over like blurry.
Oh, well, it's actually on YouTube.
Oh, it is? I'll have to go find it.
Yeah,
I'll
it's a
have to
45-second rapid reaction. So,
I don't know if the Bills are trading down or not. I'm with you, Deb. I am tired too. I have not seen anything about the Bills.
Buffalo is trading out at 28.
Okay, there we go.
Is that us?
With who? With who?
I'm radio silent right now. I heard that.
I'm not even seeing. Okay, I'm seeing now. Buffalo traded. We'll know if it's us because my feed will inevitably kick me out of here and it'll tell us that we need to like connect to Facebook or some weird thing, and then that's how we'll know. I'm not seeing anything. I don't see anything about who they're trading with, just that they're trading out.
And I don't see anything on the Rams being the one.
I don't either, so I'm not.
There's so much suspense right now because it's just like we know Buffalo traded, but we know the Rams are trying to trade up. But there's 32 teams, you know? Who could it be?
Well, who's best available right now on your board? Like who would be there that any NFL team would be like feeling the need to trade back into the first four?
Cooper DeJean. I mean,
oh right.
There's some teams that rated him pretty high. Newton, I didn't buy Newton falling into the second round. Kool-Aid McKinstry, Lad McConkey. I think he goes at 32 to the Chiefs, if I'm being real. I see halftime. The Lakers are winning again. Not getting sucked into that.
23 seconds ago, Jordan Schultz said that the Bills are in trade talks, but it's not done. So some reporters either jumped the gun early or he is incorrect. I'm now seeing the Bills moved up. How did that work?
Well, you can't move. There's nowhere to move up.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on.
The Bills have gone into the past and have acquired the Cardinals' 27th pick.
Weird times, guys. I mean, there's so many. I mean, Jerzon Newton hasn't gotten drafted yet. But guys, listen, the knock on Jerzon Newton is the same knock they had on Aaron Donald, which was they think that he's a little undersized. And I think people are making a mistake if they're holding that against him.
Well, we already know how that worked with Aaron Donald. I have never been more excited in my life about a pick than I was when they drafted Aaron Donald. That's the only guy I wanted, like, for sure. So and when they took Greg Robinson, I was like, oh.
Haunting.
I was just really hoping they wouldn't take Greg Robinson. Then they took him, and I was just like,
why am I seeing the Bills traded up? How could they have possibly traded up?
It's not possible. So there's no way they traded up. Like, I guess if you're looking at the board from
the Chiefs traded up. The Chiefs traded up with the Bills.
Oh, they're dumb. The Bills are dumb. You're going to trade your pick to the Chiefs. You're going to go and let the Chiefs get whoever.
You know who I bet this is? I bet this is Xavier Worthy.
It's either Worthy or Lad McConkey, I think.
Yeah. So the Chiefs are now picking at 28. And then you've got Dallas, Baltimore, San Francisco, Buffalo. You're trading with your biggest rival. And you know what's interesting? is that the Bills, so if the Chiefs trade here for like an Xavier Worthy, the Bills also need a receiver now that they've lost Stephon Diggs. So you're giving, unless you know for a fact that the Chiefs don't like the same receiver as you could potentially be giving them the player you want. Are you guys trolling me in the chat about the Rams right now? I think they are, because I'm not seeing anything about it. Yeah, you guys are trolling me. Yeah, this has to be Worthy. Maybe the Chiefs like Adonai Mitchell. I don't know.
I can see Mitchell. I'm going to say it's McConkey. I feel like that's somebody that they would want.
They took Worthy.
Oh, okay.
That is exactly, well, the Bills, hopefully the Bills didn't want Worthy because like I said, they desperately need a receiver now. Wow, this makes total sense for the Chiefs. I have to admit, I'm a little bummed because I kind of wanted to keep my Rams trade up for Worthy in the second dream alive, but it is what it is.
You literally cannot make this up. The Bills just gave Xavier Worthy. He is going to beat them down in the playoffs for the next 7 years.
Bills can't cook. Someone said it in the chat. I agree. All right, Jake. Well, if the Rams are still trying to trade into the first, like you said, time is running out.
Well, you're not trading with the 49ers, so it's got to be
right.
It's got to be the Ravens or bust, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
I think the whole point of trading up is to get in front of the 49ers because they would probably take Guyton. It's just, I don't know.
Hey, it's Jay. Yes, we are streaming tomorrow. We're streaming during the entire NFL draft. So come hang out again. Because we will be here. All right.
Nolan,
Dallas
I already
is on
know
the clock.
FSU boy over there. I already know that you wanted verse. I really like the verse pick.
I do too. Very much so. And now we've got...
the Cowboys are going to get freaking...
I think they're going to take Guyton.
By the way, the Bills are the same team that traded Patrick Mahomes essentially to the Chiefs. Jake Evans, that's my roommate right there. Jake Evans. Thanks, Jake. If oh my god, if they took Trey Benson, that would be a reach. I think if they take anybody, it'll be Brooks, and they'll take him in the second. No, honestly, I really, really like Jared Verse. He just wasn't my top option, but he was an option.
Everybody's saying Chiefs on the clock. They did make their pick. They picked Xavier Worthy. I don't know, Jay. I don't know that there's anybody I would trade into the first round for right now that would be worth. I mean, maybe Guyton. I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate taking Jerzon Newton because I think he's just an absolute talent, and I mean, Verse and Newton would be insane with Kobe Turner and Byron Young. So I wouldn't hate that. Uh, I don't, I mean, I don't know. What do you think, Jake? I don't know that there's anybody I'm like dying for us to trade back into the first for.
I mean, based on where the board is right now, okay, and I'm looking at PFF and they have everything, you know, oh, they don't. 1 second. I got to update it.
So it looks like Tyler Guyton went to Dallas. I don't know if I can confirm that yet, but that's where I had him going in my mock. Yeah, Tyler Guyton went to Dallas. So yeah.
Pain.
Well, yeah. So for me, I'm pretty dead set on not trading into the first. I don't know if the Rams are still attempting to do so, but I think at this point,
Yeah, they took Guyton. That's
I mean,
frustrating.
Dominic, I would love for Jayden Newton to be a Ram. That would be probably the only person that I could rationalize trading into the first for at this point. Just because he's that caliber of a talent. But again, giving up draft capital for probably anybody else is not, I'm not psyched about that personally. Now we could trade up in the second. I am going, listen, if Jayden Newton falls out of the first round, I'm going to be absolutely shocked. And I'll tell you, it has nothing to do with his talent. It simply just has to do with the way that defensive players are falling. I mean, Cooper DeJean still hasn't gone. Yeah.
I think the Rams, I got to be honest with you, I'm just going to call it. I don't think the Rams are trading up. I haven't heard anything since I heard that they were trying to. I think if anybody's waiting, you could probably go to bed. I know some people want them to, but I don't see it. I really don't.
No, stay up because there's only 3 picks left.
No, yeah, you might as well stay up. Yeah, I don't see it here. If they haven't traded up yet, or if I haven't heard anything yet, maybe they do. I don't know, but I was here earlier, right? Like right around pick like 25, 26 is when I was hearing about them trading back up. So
that's right. Nate Wiggins is still on the board. Wow.
He suffered that injury though in the combine. So
I know, but
I mean, makes sense that he would fall.
come on, Baltimore. We need to hear Baltimore's pick. And then San Francisco's and then Buffalo's. Yes, Kool-Aid McKinstry is still on the board. Yeah, you on the East Coast, it's late. Thank you, Brad. Appreciate it. Almost there, almost to the finish line. Like I said, we got Baltimore, San Francisco, Buffalo, and then the first round is over, and then we'll call it a night. And yeah. We'll see what happens.
So who's on the clock? Oh, well, now it's the Ravens,
Baltimore.
then the 49ers, and then the Bills. So Cooper DeJean, Jayden Newton, Adonai Mitchell, Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Jackson Powers Johnson. Those are kind of the top guys there. And the Rams crossed off edge, which is a good thing because today, I mean, getting an edge defense, people will complain like, okay, yeah, they should have traded down, whatever. I disagree. If they really liked him as much as, they did, there's no point. But edge in this class, in my opinion, it drops off quickly. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have Adisa Isaac. I think he's good. I don't think he's on the level of Verse. I like Jonah Ellis, but Jonah Ellis isn't on the level of Verse. I do like him though. Braswell, not on the level. Like, there are guys I still like, and maybe they add another guy, but now they don't have to feel the pressure of filling that need. So,
Well, I'm trying to see if Baltimore's pick is in. I don't see it. So, I don't believe they've made the pick. What do you think Baltimore does, Jake? I don't know. I could see them going Keon Coleman, if I'm being honest.
I think it would be Adonai Mitchell.
I could see that too. I mean, I just think they need more help. I mean, I know they've got Rashad Bateman now. I think I saw that they signed him to an extension. I don't know. They got to help Lamar out.
Jackson Powers Johnson and Zach Frazier also are in play here. And Sua Matea, I don't know if he would go here or not, but I think those guys are in play. And I think Adonai Mitchell and Troy Franklin, Ladd McConkey, Keon Coleman, I think all those guys are in play as well. I think they're going wide receiver, interior offense line.
Like, how is Adam Schefter and Ian so far behind too? They're just now announcing the Chiefs pick.
They definitely got told by the NFL. You can tell. The NFL lets you do it, and then eventually they tell you to calm down, and you kind of can't be like, nah. I'm actually going to run to the restroom. So we'll see. Alexis, you have the floor. It's all you.
I do. And you know what?
You have to entertain 814 people.
Nate Wiggins to the Ravens. The Ravens took Nate Wiggins, the speedy corner out of Clemson.
I like that. Anyway, I'll be right back.
All right, you go do your thing. It's actually so crazy because my headphones are on such low, my AirPods. I don't know about you guys, but anybody else with AirPods, do they just like die on you so quickly? I mean, I guess mine have lasted a while. Jake's not here, so I don't need to hear anybody else talking, but all right, guys, we got San Francisco. Ugh, exactly ID 89. You know what? I'm going to it's going to really be painful for me if the 49ers draft Jerzon Newton. It will be personal. Yeah, the AirPods are doing me dirty, Deb. I have the pros, and I actually can't complain. They've lasted me this draft so far, but it's like one has died, so I just put it in the case. This one now just did the noise saying it's low. I don't know. What do you guys think? What do the 49ers do? You think they take a receiver because they might be losing Ayuk? Do you think they take Jerzon Newton? Man, I hope they don't take Newton HD. I don't want them to. See you tomorrow, Michael. Thank you for staying up with us. Okay, center. You think they take Jackson Powers Johnson? Yes, we saw Wiggins to Baltimore. That was a good pick for them. Angel saying Adonai or Newton to the Niners. I really hope they don't take Newton. I really hope they don't take Newton. We'll see. I know a lot of you are saying Newton, but I don't know. We'll see. Let me refresh my feed. But these picks are just like, do you think it's because the NFL has like a deal where they need to get all the advertisements in, so they're just telling teams to not announce their pick until midnight Eastern? Like they're trying to get their full 3 hours in, or is that just a conspiracy? Because I could see it. Um, do you think the Chiefs are a lock for a Super Bowl? Well, it's hard to imagine um them not taking the AFC, I'll say that, with the way they're building their team. Um, you're right, Chance. I am on cloud nine about that pick. Um, William, I don't think they'll take McCaffrey in the first round. I'll say that. Now, later on in the draft, they very well could, but I don't foresee the 49ers taking Luke McCaffrey this early. Um, yeah, Zach, I do think the NFL is milking this clock, that they're trying to get in another 20 minutes so they get their full 3 hours of advertising. But, oh, just announce it. Let's see if it's leaked. Let me pull up Twitter. What do you guys think? I mean, my heart's going to drop if it's Jerzon Newton. I mean, Adam Schefter is just now announcing Baltimore's pick. That's how behind they are. And I think it's intentional. 780 of you still in here. That is crazy. Thank you guys so much. I need to like sit up like more. Um, can you guys tell how short I am? I'm 5'4". I'm not that short, but I mean, I'm shorter than Jake, and our layout is different, so you can tell how short I am. Kool-Aid McKinstry, you guys are right. He is still available. Dano, I haven't had the pizza. I order it on day 3. So hasn't happened yet. I have not had my pineapple pizza. Um Hello, Better Call Saul. How are you? Man, come on, San Francisco. Like, can you do us a solid? I saw someone say talking about Cooper DeJean, but I don't think that's legit. Yeah, I don't see that from anybody else. Man, NFL, come on. They're trying to milk it. They're trying to milk it to midnight. Code Q, I know. I'm going to be so furious if San Francisco takes Jerzon Newton. I think I've kind of accepted the fact the Rams aren't going to get him unless they trade up tomorrow. But I don't want him to go to San Francisco, literally anywhere else. Yep, everybody's taken forever on this stream. Alex is asking my thoughts on the Lakefront Stadium for the Bears. I love it. I think it's great. I think that Soldier Fields is in a great location, although the logistics are awful, the parking and doing all that or whatever, but um it's a beautiful town, and that's a beautiful spot to have a stadium, so that's awesome. Okay, so they took DeJean. The 49ers took Cooper DeJean. Listen, I know a lot of Rams fans loved him. I was not on as high on him as everybody else was, so this to me is not devastating, but I feel for the group of fans who really wanted him. So if you are part of that camp that really wanted the Rams to take Cooper DeJean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, well, at least it wasn't Newton. What's my favorite pizza chain? I don't have a favorite one. I mean, I don't know. I'm from St. Louis, so like Emo's reminds me of home, but they only have those in St. Louis. But I try not to like eat chains, but I'm also just like, I don't know, New York style pizza, anywhere that's got a good New York style pizza slice, it's fine with me. Um, Andrew, I like Emo's, okay? I know it's not for everybody, but I rate them.
Toilet ate Jake. Oh, you guys, the comments. I can't.
So
We hit 8,000 views, by the way.
incredible. So Jake, you missed that the 49ers just drafted Cooper DeJean.
That's hilarious. Everyone wanted him and he went to the freaking Niners. Now you're going to hate him.
Yeah, I was just telling everybody that my condolences. Because I know there was a lot of people who really wanted him, but they took Cooper DeJean.
Wait, no, they didn't. Ricky Pearsall.
Well, why? Wait, actual reporters though are saying Cooper DeJean.
Ricky Pearsall, 49ers. Who? Yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, I guess people were wrong. All right. It wasn't Cooper, guys. It was Ricky Pearsall.
That's an interesting pick. A little early, I would say.
It is early for him.
I think they reached a little bit.
Well, they're probably panicking because they know that they're going to lose Ayuk, and they look at all the other receivers who are gone. I mean, I would have taken Adonai Mitchell before I would have taken Pearsall, but someone said the Bills are trading back again. Bills trading back with who? Where are you guys seeing this? I don't see that anywhere, guys. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I am.
So it was initially announced as Cooper DeJean, apparently at the
Yeah.
draft. And then they had to change it to Ricky Pearsall. How do you manage to screw that up? What?
Yeah, guys, stop trolling.
No, they're not trolling about the Bills trading down. That's 100% happening.
Well, where? I don't see that anywhere. And I'm seeing in the chat people are, oh, the Panthers are trading up one pick. Okay. You guys are right.
There's a big reason for this. Keep this in mind. This pick is valuable because moving up one pick is the difference between a 4-year deal and a 4-year deal with a 5th-year option. That's why the Panthers would trade up. That's the rationale behind it.
Who do you guys think they're taking? I mean, could it be Adonai Mitchell? Could it be, I mean, I can't imagine it's Cooper DeJean. It doesn't feel like that's where the Panthers would be going. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I still can't get over Penix, and I just saw your tweet. I can't get over Penix, and I can't get over the Bills sending Xavier Worthy, who's faster than Tyreek Hill, to their rival. I don't know.
I think this is going to be Adonai Mitchell. What do you guys think? Who do you think? I mean, I'm shocked Jerzon Newton hasn't gone.
Yeah, I can see Adonai Mitchell.
But I think this is going to be Adonai Mitchell. Cooper DeJean got the Miss Universe treatment and the Oscar. Do you remember the year at the Oscars where they accidentally said the wrong name for Picture of the Year? Oh. You might not have been in to film them, but they said it was La La Land. Or did they say it was La La Land? Does anyone in the chat remember where they were like, who was it? Was it Al Pacino? who got up there and he thought that it was a different name, and it was this whole
Yeah, it was Al
fiasco.
Pacino.
Yeah.
Pacino.
And Cooper
I know what you're
DeJean-
talking about now.
Cooper DeJean just got that treatment, unfortunately. And the same thing happened at Miss Universe, where Steve Harvey read the wrong name. But anyways, what are the Xavier Leggett? Is that confirmed?
That would be
I'm not as high on
really
him
annoying.
I'm not as high on him as everybody else is. So to me, to trade up for him is a little high.
Did the 49ers really just start a mini wide receiver run? Watch the beginning tomorrow is just all wide receivers and like
It is Xavier Leggett. Okay. Well, they like him, I guess. I don't see I would have taken him quite literally with the next pick. Now maybe they traded up because the Bills need a receiver and they thought the Bills would go after Xavier Leggett, which I don't believe that to be the case.
Sure.
Because I feel like Adonai Mitchell would be the type of receiver the Bills will want. Oh, it was Warren Betty who was the one who announced the wrong. Okay, you're right. It was Warren Betty. I don't remember. Was it like, I feel like he said La La Land, but the actual winner, was it Moonlight? I gotta Google this now. Sorry, it's gonna bother me. I know that this is totally not what was it La La Land and Moonlight mixed? Yeah, it was Moonlight.
I mean, Alexis, we still have over 700 people in here.
That's crazy. Guys, thank you so much. So Jake sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm distracting you.
I was going to say, what's our recap? So do we want to start? Let's start with the Rams pick. And we'll just talk about what's going on. I don't know if I can hear you. My AirPods keep dying and I keep having to switch out one for the other.
That's brutal.
Because everything is a nightmare. So Jake, give us your brief synopsis on the Rams' first round draft in 2024 for everybody here.
They did a great job. They tried every which way to trade up consistently. They started at 8. They tried to trade at 8. They kept trying to trade. At pick 12, they really tried to trade. The bottom line is, and this is a great reminder, it takes two to tango. You cannot make a trade with a team without that team accepting said trade and that team wanting to even make a trade. So I like that, the Rams showed essentially that they had the aggression and the desire to not stand pat. They wanted to go up there. And you know what? Sometimes the best option is to just stay where you are. And they decided, based on the board, it was the worst case scenario, and they somehow ended up with a very, very good player in Jared Verse, who's got a very high floor, right? Ceiling is not as high as Chop Robinson, who went, a pick or two later. But Jared Verse offers a player that can play right away. And if this team, which we know they're trying to win a Super Bowl, this team would probably want an edge defender that can play right away. And with Verse, he's not only going to play right away, he is going to start day one. So I think that knowing that they exercised and they stretched everything out and they really tried to do everything in their power to go out and get their guy who was Brock Bowers, knowing that they tried to do that, I think that you really got to give them a lot of credit. And the fact that they were able to come away with Jared Verse, you have to feel good. Rams didn't panic. They could have traded down. They opted to stay there. I think they trade down tomorrow at 52 or they trade up. but I don't think they pick at 52. I was surprised to see them pick at 19, but it had nothing to do with the Rams. The Rams had every desire to go up consistently. There were guys they wanted. They liked Byron Murphy. He goes to Seattle. They were trying to trade up and get guys. It didn't happen. Verse was one of the guys where they were fine staying at 19 if he was there. They play through all sorts of, they have kind of a dress rehearsal. People don't know this all the time, but when it comes to draft war rooms, you have a dress rehearsal. They went through this. They went through different scenarios, and they decided based on staying at 19, they made a list of, a short list of like 3 to 5 guys, essentially, that they would stay there and pick. And Verse was one of them. So it tells me that unlike some other teams that decide to panic draft quarterbacks that would be there on day 2, this team was prepared. This team came in with a plan. The plan didn't go according to their plan. So what they ended up doing is adapting. And it is an adapt or die industry. And the Rams have been that team. They've been aggressive. They could have traded out of the first round like they always do, but they stood there and they got their team a really good pass rusher who instantaneously makes them better, not just on the defensive side of the ball, but just in general, having a Jared Verse for the next 5 years.
Hey, well said. I agree with the sentiment. And, as everyone in here who's been watching and who follows me on Twitter, I mean, I love Jared Verse. He's my number one edge in the class. He was who I felt the Rams, if they were going to draft an edge, would take. I thought they were going to trade up for him. So the fact that they were able to land him at pick 19 is incredible. And listen, I know that they had this, idea for Brock Bowers or whatever, but I think they actually ended up with the smarter pick for them. I really do. I think that you're putting Jared Verse opposite Byron Young. You've got Kobe Turner on the interior. Maybe, Bobby Brown, Desjuan Johnson, but maybe you do trade up for a Jerzon Newton who
Maybe
has
you do.
fallen. And maybe you put, that would be insane. That would take our defense, that would a whole new look for that defense. And again, I don't know if they'll do that or not, but I'm just saying Jerzon Newton did fall. That's a guy that I could see the Rams trading up for. But back to Jared Verse, I think you've given yourself one of the best edge defenders that you've had in a long time, that you've drafted by far. So I think that this is a really, really good pick for the Rams. I'm ecstatic that they were able to do it without giving up draft capital for him. And I think that, fans who might not have maybe been wanting Jared Verse are going to really come around when they watch his film and see what he can do. And again, I think that it's just, it was important. I think this defense really is going to need to step up this season, and I think they've been on that path, but he just elevates them, right away. And again, if they can go up and trade up for Newton, like everybody is saying in the chat, that would just be insanity. So we'll see.
Did you want to go over some options tomorrow, potentially to trade up for?
We can. Yeah, let me pull up my list. Good night, Deb. Good night, everybody who is going to bed. We'll wrap this up soon if you guys want to stick around, but if not, totally understand. Thank you, Leroy. That's very kind.
Leroy, I'm gonna double on that. I think Alexis carried the stream today. I don't feel like I was 100% myself. I was not playing at 100%. And I think the lack of sleep definitely had to do with it. But, I got a lot on my mind. Obviously tried to give off my best performance, but I was really impressed the way Alexis carried this show. Great co-host over there. Well,
thank you. I appreciate it. But like, I can't take any credit.
You're embarrassing me.
I can't take any credit. I was just over here sweating and shaking and just, I don't know, happy. I mean, listen, I think like everybody else, I thought that I was convinced the Rams were trading up for Brock Bowers. It sounds like they tried to, but as I've said, honestly, that wasn't what I wanted. Not that I would have hated it, but I feel like I ended up with a scenario that I much more enjoy because I think it's very beneficial and hits a need.
Yeah.
But thank you guys so much for all these comments. Really quickly, I understand everybody has to go to bed. I totally get it. For those of you who want to stick around, Jake, let's quickly throw out some options if you want to go first that we think the Rams could do tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know where they stand on cornerback. And I think if I learned anything today, just hearing, what I was hearing, from the Rams, I think really they are a best player available team. That is what they are. Brock Bowers was not a need, but that was a want, right? That was the best player available. Jared Verse was not necessarily a need. They felt fine with their edge room that they could acquire somebody day 2, day 3. Verse becomes one of the best players available on their board. Murphy, I wouldn't say interior defensive line is a need. Like, you can go into the season the way you have it and get a guy in the 4th round. But Murphy was the guy that they wanted and Seattle took. So with that said, Cooper DeJean, I almost butchered that. Is Cooper DeJean an option? One of the best cornerbacks available. Kool-Aid McKinstry's available. Jerzon Newton, as you mentioned, is available. Adonai Mitchell, the Texas connection. Les Snead's son goes there. I would not be surprised. I think Adonai Mitchell is one of the best route runners in this class. Troy Franklin, if they wanted a deep threat, a guy that could stretch the field a little, has a little bit more size to him. Troy Franklin. Peyton Wilson, where will he go? Linebacker with a lot of injury concerns. I think he'll probably be late day 2, maybe even a day 3 guy if the medicals don't clear. Tyler Nubin is interesting. He's somebody I thought could potentially get in the 1st round. I wouldn't be surprised if they went out and got another safety. Ladd McConkey seems like a Rams receiver, very, high IQ, high football IQ, great after the catch, willing blocker, athletic. Mikey Sainristil from Michigan is somebody that I have looked at I've looked at as a Rams option. He fits the mold. He's not a big, long corner, but the Rams don't care about size when it comes to corner. They don't care about size about really any position. But if they do, Keon Coleman makes a lot of sense. I think he's a good fit for the Rams. Roman Wilson, if they're trying to add a slot guy, I think Roman Wilson running a 4-3, great receiver on tape. Braden Fisk, adding another FSU guy. Alexis wants that one, I can tell. She wants the FSU connection.
I love it when teammates in college end up on the same NFL team. It just warms my heart.
Ennis Rackstraw Jr. from Missouri.
I like him. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that he's a huge fit, but
if I'm going to be honest, because I think they're going to go best available on their board. And I could totally see Karan Amagaji. But I actually think if he's there, my guess is that if he's there at 52, this pick is Jalen Polk out of Washington. That's my guess. If I'm doing it right now, I'm saying Jalen Polk out of Washington. They could trade up for Adonai Mitchell. He could go 33rd. There's going to be a lot of people that want Cooper. Who would you go with?
I think that the Bills are definitely going to take a receiver 30. I mean, the Bills are in no position to not. So I would bet a lot, guys people who bet. If there's a prop on this, I would bet Adonai Mitchell or Ladd McConkey tomorrow at 33.
The odds probably suck, but
or Keon Coleman. Probably Adonai I feel like Adonai just feels like a Bills pick to me. I'm gonna stick with what you said. I think you gave a good recap. I don't need to repeat it, but I'm very intrigued by the idea of trading up for Jerzon Newton. I'm very intrigued by Cooper DeJean as well. I'm not as high on him as everybody else is, but in the 2nd round for the value, I mean, I wouldn't be upset if the Rams went for it. Braden Fisk. I like Polk too. I I don't know. Yeah, I think I need to sleep on it quite literally and just see who I want the Rams to take, because I think, you hit on a massive need with edge in the first round, and I think you have a lot of different ways.
I think Karan makes a lot of sense. Javon Baker, but I think he'll be there potentially in the third. I mean, Kingsley Suamataia, he's got some crazy athleticism, some crazy traits there. Brandon Coleman, who we interviewed, he was flying up boards through the process. I wouldn't be surprised if they went with him. Friends with Steve Avila. If they went with linebacker, the best linebacker in this class in my mind is Junior Colson out of Michigan.
Yeah, I like him a
So
lot.
if they really wanted to go with linebacker, would be kind of different and deviate away from what they normally do, I think Colson would be the guy.
My perfect scenario for tomorrow is if the Rams, and this is just personal to me, guys. Like, this is not this is just if I had my way, right? I would have the Rams trade up for Jerzon Newton, because I don't think he's going to fall. I think you would have to trade up for him in the second. If we could do that and somehow find a way to take Audric Estime at the end of the third, I don't care what else we do. If we were able to do that, I mean, I would just feel euphoric. Everyone's like rolling their eyes like, okay, Homer. But like, I really would. And we do know that the Rams...
Well, Homer, I have no connection to Notre Dame, and he was in my mock draft.
Well, the Rams have met with him a lot, so it's not really a Homer pick if you guys are wanting the Audric Estime pick. But the Newton pick is just I'm intrigued by that. I really like the idea of building a fortified front line, and you got Kobe Turner, Jerzon Newton, Byron Young, and Jared Verse. I mean, that's insanity, and I would be all for it.
So if we're judging based on my mock draft, because historically, going back to 2018, I get at least one player right in my final mock draft every time. So that means the Rams are going to draft, since they can't draft Fashanu and they can't draft Chop, they're going to draft either Javon Baker, Mekhi Wingo, Audric Estime, Luke McCaffrey, Malik Mustafa, Tanner Bortolini, Dwight McLaughlin, Jalen Ford, Bo Richter, Joshua Carty, Aneem Dankwa. It's going to be one of those guys. I'm calling it.
You and I have 4 people in the mock.
We have the same 4?
Well, in a row. We had
in
Audric
a row?
Estime, because you had Audric Estime, Luke McCaffrey, Tanner Bortolini.
And Mustafa?
Oh, is that 3? Oh, Mustafa, yeah. That's the same 4.
That's funny.
Isn't that wild? We might not have talked about that. As Jake knows, I had an entire mock 7-round pick with every other team for every team's pick, and I lost it because I saved the wrong link. I hit the link thinking that it would save like the picks, and it just saved the link to NFL mock draft database, and I don't know what I did. So
on a negative note, who's one player you don't want them to draft with their second round pick, we'll say? Because I can't think of one, because all the quarterbacks are gone. That's the good news about today.
I don't know that there's anyone that I really don't want. I mean, I don't want a running back in the second round.
That'd be pushing.
If they were to take like Jonathan Brooks or like Trey, I know that you like Trey Benson. I like him too. I don't want to take Benson him that high.
Second.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, if they were to go take a running back in the second round, I would be pretty angry. Even if it was Audric Estime, I'd be like, I like him a lot, but that is too high for value. So yeah, I think that would be, or like Rattler. Someone said yes, I would be. I don't like Rattler. I know Jake really likes him as a prospect.
I like Rattler.
I don't. So yeah, that would make me angry, but I don't think that they're going to draft a quarterback in the second round.
I think Peyton Wilson would kind of piss me off, because he's got a lot of injury concerns, and that was a reason why Latu wasn't going to be a pick for the Rams, because he had injury concerns that they were worried about. So if you went and got Peyton Wilson in the second round, I think I'd be a little annoyed by that. He's a really good player, but the injury concerns are real. Yeah, I mean, really, any of these guys can help the Rams. You know who I think is an underrated player who would be really interesting for the Rams? Doesn't really get talked about, you know, Chris Jenkins.
I
Um,
do like Chris Jenkins.
his
And
father played in the NFL, was a all pro player. I don't know if you remember him. He played for the Panthers. He was
right.
really good. And yeah, very similar to his dad, you know, quick first step. He's somebody that can, you know, in my opinion, I think he can help, you know, draw some double teams.
Hmm.
And he is strong, man. He has got some heavy hands. I mean, I like him. I think Chris Jenkins would be kind of a fun pick for the Rams, because I think going
Yeah.
interior defensive line, he also the Rams seem to care about drafting guys that played in big games. Verse played for a really good Florida State team. Wouldn't be surprised if they picked a national champion out of Michigan.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Freddie, thank you so much for the donation. Would love to
Thank you,
trade up
Freddie.
and get Newton, then Rackstraw.
So is it Rackstraw, Rakestraw, or like how do you even say his name? Actually, I can look it up. It is what the hell? I don't even have the pronunciation on here. How the hell? I think it's Rakestraw. I thought it was Rackastraw. I don't know why.
I pronounce it differently each time. I didn't fall asleep, guys. I
Or
froze. I'm
Rickestra.
sorry.
Rickestra. You can say it all
Um,
different ways.
yeah, after hitting on Jared Verse in the first round, I think you have a little bit of flexibility in the second, but we'll see what happens. I don't know. I think that this went very well for the Rams. I think that they to get a player of Jared Verse's caliber and not have to trade up is just
It went very
phenomenal.
well for us too. I thought this was a great stream. This
It was
is an all-timer.
how many did we hit total? I
Um
mean our highest was we had what, almost 1,300 people in the stream.
we hit 8,500.
That's incredible, guys.
Yep. Last year
That is
was 3,400. So almost tripled.
double.
Close to triple. Yeah.
Thank you guys for that, and we will be back tomorrow. I think. Let me check.
I love how we just have
Yes,
500 people in here still.
just
The
hanging
draft's
out.
been over for what, 30 minutes?
Well, tomorrow we'll be here at 6:30 Eastern time. So that would be 3:30 Pacific time. And we will be in here and yeah, live streaming the whole thing, chatting with you guys per usual. Can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. Uh and yeah, Rams have more picks to make. So tomorrow's the second and third round. I'm trying to highlight everybody's comments, but the chat is moving so fast.
We want more. All right,
Um,
guys. Well, I'll tell you what. Because Alexis, you have to go to bed, right? You have to work.
I took off work tomorrow.
Oh, you took off work. Perfect.
Oh, I've learned my lesson. I used to do this and then go to work the next day, and I'm like, not anymore. I know better.
I hear you.
Um,
I'm gonna do so when we get off here. I'm actually gonna do a Jared Verse breakdown. I can't use film because, um, fuck it. I'll use the film. If they want to demonetize, fine. I don't care. You know, people should be excited. So I'll try and put some clips out there and make a YouTube short and do all those things. So if I get demonetized and I don't make any money off the video, I'll live. But yeah,
Well, we'll see how it goes. Everyone's, I know, gonna anxiously await the video. You can sleep during the day tomorrow, guys, if you don't have to be somewhere. And yeah, very just, I don't know, very, very happy with the way that this first round went for the Rams. We'll see what they do tomorrow. Jake, do you have any closing thoughts before we let everybody go to bed so we can all get our beauty sleep for tomorrow?
Yeah, I like this new look Rams. Hey, we're gonna take a first round pick. We were aggressive. We tried to trade up. I mean, things I've already said, but I just really like seeing that. I like seeing controlled aggression, and I think it's gonna suck watching Bowers on the Raiders, but I think Verse is gonna be really good, and there are still players left on this board. There's still players on the offensive side. If they want a pass catcher, there's a lot of those guys. And that Jalen Polk guy, he catches everything. Whether you're draped all over him, whether Michael Penix is throwing 10 yards behind him, he's going to somehow make the catch. And, I came away very impressed with him. But you also mentioned Keon Coleman. And that's somebody who might be falling because he didn't test well. I don't really give a damn because when I see the film, he runs fine. In addition to that, the Rams are the team that doesn't even use the 40 time. They use their own GPS thing. So I'll say Keon Coleman would be fun. Lad McConkey would be fun. Jalen Polk would be fine. I also think that Karan Amagaji is another name to look out for. And I'll throw another one out there. Your guy, the other really good guy with the gold helmet at Notre Dame, Blake Fisher. We're talking tomorrow. It's not just the second round, it's the third round. I think Blake Fisher's underrated. I think he could be a potential replacement for Rob Havenstein. He doesn't have to start at left tackle. I mean, he could be the replacement for Rob Havenstein. So there's that. Javon Baker. I mean, there's a lot of options, Alexis. That's kind of my point. It sucks that, you miss out, especially because everyone knows based on our reports, the Rams wanted, they wanted Brock Bowers, but sometimes you have to be able to adjust and, they did a nice job doing so and coming away with Jared Verse.
I agree. And guys, I've been throwing your comments up here. So many nice comments. Really appreciate it. It's super, super kind of you. We can't wait to chat with all of you tomorrow, and we will.
Oh yeah, first round, last first round draft from Jake's current setup, end of an era.
Yep, before Jake moves.
Yes, this is true.
And yeah, we will be back. And again, just really appreciate everything, guys, tonight. Just, we still have 430 people in here. We've had 8.5K total views. Absolutely incredible. We'll shoot for even more tomorrow. It'll be an even longer stream. So spend your Friday night with us. Get comfortable. And oh, by the way, this Lucille Ball comment reminded me earlier, people were asking about the Alexis pillow. This is not me.
They thought you put your face on a pillow next to you. That's freaking hilarious.
This is Aubrey Plaza. This is Aubrey Plaza holding a knife. That it's not me, although this is, probably a pose that I would do. It's not. And then the Lucille Ball comment reminded me of, this is Betty White and Lucille Ball. So you might not have even seen that I have Lucille Ball on a pillow when you talked about the movie you watched, but I have her on a pillow with Betty White. The more you know. But yes, I just wanted to point out and clarify, this is not me. This is Aubrey Plaza, who is always in the frame of my camera, as you can see.
Two things I want to add. Yeah, I know we just keep going. Jared Verse, 5th year option. Remember that. So that's the key. When you pick in the first round, you're supposed to be rewarded when you hit on a pick because you have financial flexibility. Jared Verse, that 5th year option is going to be huge. First thing. Second thing, Keir Thomas. He played with Jared Verse at FSU. He is on the team in that edge room. Just a thought.
There you go.
There you go.
Parallels. Maybe.
Alex,
Maybe I
funny.
will. No, the next person I want to get on a pillow is Amy Poehler, or Kristen Wiig, or Drew Barrymore.
No, it's Drew Barrymore. The way you've been talking about Drew Barrymore lately.
I love Drew Barrymore. Like my comfort rom-coms, her and Adam Sandler, like, do not miss for me. If you guys have seen like The Wedding Singer, 50 First Dates, Blended, I mean, all this is just so comforting to me. I think they're underrated. But I don't know, maybe that's just like a little like girly thing, but I do like those movies.
Another thing.
Yep.
So Sarah Barshop just confirmed that the Rams never did a private workout or meeting with Jared Verse. Quote, he was one of those guys we tried to somewhat keep under the radar. Sneed said, we try to go stealth with it. So they didn't want to broadcast their interest in Jared Verse. So the meetings, the visits led us astray.
What do you know?
Hey, we've talked about this though. I think
we have. The Rams are very much, and like, so for those of you who watch our draft interviews, we're always telling prospects, because we'll interview NFL draft prospects and they'll be like, oh, like, you know, I would love to talk to the Rams, but they haven't met with me or they haven't whatever. And Jake and I are always telling them, we're like, listen, the Rams will still draft you without doing those things. So yeah, they just are that.
It's also because it's kind of awkward after they're like in an interview. I'm just being full transparency here when they're like, no, I didn't. And they almost seem kind of down.
Yeah. And I'm like, don't be down. Like, they will literally draft you without ever talking to you. Like, because we've talked to people who the Rams have drafted, right? They come on our show, the Rams rookies, and they're like, oh, well, the Rams never talked to me. So I always tell those prospects when they're like kind of bummed, I'm like, no, like, don't. They'll call you and never speak to you. Like, don't rule them out just yet. But yeah, Zach, you might be right. Shannon, they are great movies. They are such good comfort movies for me. Charlie's Angels too. If you guys have ever seen 1 and 2, great movies.
Full disclosure, I'll be watching Dragon Ball Super after this. It's like a comfort thing just to take my mind away from all the work. Well, that's not true. I'll be doing a
when we get
video.
off, and I'm gonna have a couple lemon Oreos.
Oh, I'm gonna have this pizza.
And
this has been just chilling here.
I'm getting a massage tomorrow. I my day off, I took off for this, but before in the morning, I'm gonna like go to the spa. And
shout out to Gold Belly. I got Sally's.
There you go. You guys have heard it. We're about to log off. But before Jake ends the stream, I just want to reiterate again, just how thankful we are that you all tuned in and hung out with us. And it's so much fun to talk with you guys and get your insight, and us all bounce ideas off each other during the draft. Yeah, I mean, just so much fun, and we can't wait to do it tomorrow, all weekend. We're all spending the weekend together.
Absolutely. By the way, average view duration was 22 minutes and 58 seconds. So the average person that watched us stayed here for 22 minutes. That's why I love analytics.
I mean, you can't listen to me talk for 22 minutes. Are you guys crazy?
Crazy. Well, we love y'all.
Yes, we love y'all. Everybody sleep well, get your rest. Come back tomorrow night for the draft. We will be here and we will hang out then. So yeah, guys, that's going to do it for Jake and I. But as I always say, stay safe, take care, and go Rams.